newspaper publishing, so it doesn't look like New York Times really cares if they sue, unlike other companies who kind of caved, like CBS, right? They end up paying him out.
Yeah, but they paid him out because of that merger. They knew that he could block the merger.
Yeah, but it's there's no way that he would have won that suit had it gone forward. But yeah, they paid him.
Yeah.
It's sickening shit is going on, man.
Yeah, but wasn't he supposed to see Wall Street Journal as well? They said they're not retracting their statement.
I don't know. I don't know if they're named in the suit. I haven't seen the actual complaint. They could have a separate suit. I'm not sure.
That's a separate suit. It was filed a couple of months ago. Totally different suit.
Wall Street Journal said, "Go fuck yourself."
Good morning to everybody on the stage. I'm at work if I'm silent.
لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الجهاد حي على
Oh my god, you have two Azizes. Holy shit.
Wow. Pakistanis, such extremists and such terrorists and so violent and anti.
So that sounds a bit racist.
No, I'm just saying. Why are they?
Can I do my YRG? So can I do my version of that?
Why are they? If you don't
Can I do
know,
that?
say you don't know.
I can tell you why. It's
I want to hear.
because,
Disease doesn't know. Please tell me.
upwards of, I think 60% of them are the product of incest, specifically first time.
Yeah,
And it actually causes
that's the
certain
entire Middle East. It's actually,
behaviors.
yeah, it makes them retarded, not
Yes.
smarter. If they were smarter,
No,
they would be fine.
IQ and irrational rage.
Yes, and yeah, culture,
Who
popularity.
said that? That's very insightful. Low IQ and
And rage.
Irrational rage.
Yeah. Highly emotional people, dramatic, very extra.
Yeah, and what were you asking him?
Sorry, I'm back. What did I miss?
Your daddy told you need to come stock the cigarettes in the Habibi store?
Say that again.
Aziz, come in. Azizi, we need you to come stock the cigarettes, Azizi.
you know what I think part of it is?
What's this guy talking about?
Weird pent-up sexual energy. For some reason, Aziz is a virgin. I just find
Yeah.
that very,
Yeah.
very strange.
For public,
Yes.
for public.
Yes. Why are you a virgin, Aziz?
I want to save myself. You know what I
What
mean?
does that even mean?
I mean, you wouldn't know, no.
You want to save yourself for the perfect man.
You sound like a blushing 21-year-old girl from the
I want to
1950s.
just, I just want to make, I just don't want to, I want to make love to a woman, you know what I mean?
Well, clearly you don't know what it means.
Yeah, we're just waiting to find out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because he already knows what it is to make love to a man, so now he wants to know what it's like to make love to him.
Harry, let's be honest, you ain't getting no bitches, bro.
Bro, I'm fucking married, you fucking retard.
Exactly, bro.
What do you mean exactly?
Exactly.
I can get pussy anytime I want. What are you talking about? Unlike you, who has to jack off to Pornhub every...
Come on, bro. Let's do that.
Have fun jacking off to OnlyFans.
What do you think is in his queue? Should we have a think? Guess what's in Aziz's queue?
What's a Q? What do you mean by that?
In your search history.
You know what?
What do you think like my category is?
Mia Khalifa, hijabi women sucking dick.
River dolphin.
What was the last one?
I don't think this thing it's trans heat pumps. With like power bottoms, like yeah.
BB, you sound like this is a confession, my boy.
No, I'm just saying if I had to pick, but you search, you know, it's probably like cream pie anal.
Oddly specific.
Say cream pie anal.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh my
Yeah, I think it's probably like
Yeah, I'm not really
I don't
cream
wanna
pie
hear
anal,
that.
nah. Not really my thing, oh damn. It's not really my thing, bro.
Oh my god, I have this image of Norm giving cream pie anals now. Ugh, Norm.
That wasn't me who said it. Yeah.
Oh, it was.
That's hot.
No.
Liz, down. Stop that.
That's insane.
So did I, Sir Capel, so did I.
This is why I'm saving myself, man.
people throw up. Well, you're a virgin, Aziz?
Yeah, man, just looking for the one.
That's probably why you're so angry at the Jews, man.
Do I sound angry? What the hell?
You sound hurt
You do.
by your dad.
You sound upset.
Yeah, you sound
Me? Which one? Pick one, guys. Come on.
hurt and upset.
Well, hurt, upset, angry, and all of it in one. It's just like, yeah. There's like subtle hints. You know when you taste the wine? You know when you taste the wine and then you can like, there's a hint of anger,
Yeah,
Hurt.
okay. Yeah.
sexual frustration.
It's instilled in fine anti-Semitism for many, many years in Oak Barrel.
3,000 years, you know, just
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
When you all are done talking with the Ziggies, I have something to say.
Go ahead, Liz.
Dearborn, Michigan is a shithole country, and they put raisins in their hummus.
Yeah. I think put some raisins in there. I'm gonna what the hell?
Fucking Dearborn.
Yeah.
I grew up near them.
I don't know about that.
I know. They're evil.
What country? What country is that? What country does that?
This is
It's
why
the
the Arabs
shithole
lost.
country of Dearborn.
They've lost the right to call hummus theirs.
And Hamtramck.
I mean, I think the Arabs made hummus like this.
Oh, Liz, I was talking about Hamtramck earlier.
Hamtramck
It was like 10 years ago. It's fucking.
I think it's safe to say hummus is not a Jewish thing. I think that's like.
The same thing, Israelis have taken the Arab food and made it better. I'm sorry, but the Arabs disrespect food. The way that they serve it, they don't respect it. It's shit, and they don't appreciate it. The Israelis.
I don't love Arab food. I don't mind Lebanese food. I don't love Arabic food, but I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Syrian food.
I don't know what Israeli food is. Like, I'm not really.
You don't know what Israel is. You're completely divorced from
No, I know what Israel is. I just don't know what Israel is.
Aziz, what about Persian food? What do you think about that?
Oh, from Iran.
That's gotta
You're from
be
Iran.
Hey, so why is the rice yellow like that?
Saffron.
Because it has saffron in it. We're just delicious. Come on.
I love Persian food. I think it's amazing.
Afghan is good too.
Yo, BB, are you in Yorkville today?
What do you mean?
Are you in Yorkville?
No.
Oh, I was gonna be at 1 tonight.
I've never been there.
Bull fucking shit, don't lie to me, come on.
Why are you doing that?
I'm not joking. I've never been to one.
Well, why don't you come out tonight?
Is that C?
I have a family.
Oh my god, I heard her forever.
Oh, baby, it's talking to your friends.
What's going on there?
Follow me. Not much, I'm back in Toronto. I'm heading to Saudi Arabia. Well, I'm not to link up with anybody like that. I'm just going here.
I'm busy, but BB, you free though.
No, pull up. I know you people live on that thing. Let's go.
I'm sorry, I'm
Yo, dude, come on.
I'm married, but baby's
So am I.
single, man. Yeah, listen, no comment.
Listen, bring your wife. I'll wear an abaya.
Tell Harry, man, Harry will pull up with his mission, you know what I'm trying to say?
Oh, lockdown too?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all go fucking married. Go pop a baby.
Baby, man, come on for
me back.
I can't. My phone is broken.
Hey, Cookies, how are you?
Aziz, I'll pull up with my fucking 9mm and pop you in the fucking head, bitch. Don't ever talk about my family again, pussy ass.
Oh my God, Harry.
Tell everybody.
Harry, what's your wife?
Next time I come to London, bitch, give me where you're at, motherfucker. I'll come meet up with you.
West London, pull up.
Pussy ass, skinny ass, packy little bitch.
Describe your wife to me.
Give
Describe
me a little skinny little packy bitch, bro. I'm a fuck
I'm not
ass.
skinny. I'm not skinny.
Guys,
boy.
stop. I haven't been here in a minute. Harry,
You don't build like me, Harry.
do you still have that song of Yale?
Bro, you're a skinny, packy little bitch, bro.
Harry, no, please, Harry, do you still have that song of Yale that was passed around? It was like a bag of dicks.
Yeah, you're tripping. But Harry, describe your wife though. What she say? She's got black hair. What she say? Green lips. Break it down, bro.
Aziz, shut up. Don't start that.
I left my ID at the lab. Don't get to Brad, will you tell this crazy bastard killing machine who I am? Duncan, this is
I know you just came in, but this is a really weird room because this
I
is
entered the building without
like
ID. Oh,
pushing it. I don't think he should talk about his wife and his family.
Let him talk about whatever he wants. He's a dirty, packy bitch. I don't think I give a fuck. He
Oh my
works in a
God.
baby store in the corner of London somewhere. He's a kebab stand. Maybe the guy running a kebab stand.
Wait, I haven't spoken to Harry.
Dope-ass motherfucker.
I haven't spoken to you in 2 years. How are you?
I'm doing amazing.
Happy to hear that.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I've been between New York, Canada.
Dr. Mallory.
I'm heading to Saudi Arabia today. But like
Don't get part of the porta potty Dubai if you're over there. Just be careful.
oh no, thank you to that.
Or the Golden
I
Shower.
didn't know you got married. Congratulations. Mazel
Thank
tov.
you. Appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Everybody's like leveling up. Everybody's in relationships now. Everybody's.
And I do not hope for a better
Yeah, we
world
move
for
on in
anyone.
life, you know, you live life. Life is short, you gotta enjoy it. Unlike these terrorist fucks that wanna blow themselves up.
What's your wife? Does she brunette? Like, describe it to me, bro.
My wife is my 9mm hitting over your fucking head and your fucking face, bitch, and then knocking your ass out. That's my wife.
She got short hair. Like, tell me,
What are you gonna do? Jack off to it or something? You fucking weirdo?
now, bro.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you fucking
She's short. I was like 5'3", 5'5".
Stinky ass packies, bro. Stinky. Stinky.
Describe her, like, was she got curvy, she curvy, like, break it down, bro. Tell me about her.
Yeah, cool. Why, you think it's funny?
Yeah.
You know what is also funny? That's funny.
Aziz, you got married too?
Yeah, he got married to a man. His name's Congressman. He's actually here on the stage with us.
Oh shit.
His husband.
You know, we don't really support the gays, you know. So I didn't realize you were that way.
Oh, I support the gays. I don't care. I don't care what they do in their bedroom. That's fine with me. I don't give a shit. Aziz is gay, it's fine.
Well,
we know, but they're scared to say that they're gay because it's against their religion. So
Sanu, so they tried to run a campaign about me saying that it was me in your video.
Isn't this a minute ago where they said that we had sex?
Oh, I was on a phone call. You guys talked about it?
This was like 8 months ago, no?
No.
I don't know, man. They started running fucking videos saying that there's a video of you with some guy and they're saying it's me.
Oh, really? Where did they see this video? On my Snap?
They played it on here every day.
They played it on here. Like they recorded a room you were talking to some dude about saying something like, shut the fuck up, Mohammed. Something like about you were telling the guy, yo, you want to be serious, but you're partying with these bitches and you want to have a kid and I don't fucking know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, you know what? Everybody on this app wants to say that you and I are together in denial. I don't know why everybody is so obsessed with wanting me and BB together. Like, he's married with kids. We're just friends. Now, if he wanted to meet up and lock down, I'm just saying that, like, I'm okay being a side piece.
No, it's fine. I'm good.
But can you please at least meet me for a coffee in Yorkville?
I can't.
Oh my God, what is going on? I'm dying for my grades. Stop.
Why? I live in the same area as him, and he won't meet me. It's crazy.
Even your mother's pussy.
Hey, don't disrespect you like that, Ahmed. Ahmed.
No. BB. Meet me at a Coco Espresso bar.
You know what? I'm gonna allow you to roast Ahmed.
Bro, Ahmed wishes he knows what a pussy even looks like.
Ahmed has never done anything to me.
It looks like your face, Harry. Well, it must look really nice then, because my face is beautiful. Let's see your face.
Oh my God, Sir
In his
Capo.
PTR, are you fucking blind or what? Think he's not hiding behind a fucking white paper.
Oh my God, Elon.
Hey, what's up?
Have you spoken to Shemi?
No.
Shemdrick, is she still around?
No, I haven't in ages.
Do y'all remember me?
Yeah.
I was supposed to meet with Shemdrick in New York, but I didn't want to meet like Randy without her, and it just became so complicated, so we deferred it. I was staying in Chelsea.
Yeah, how are things? How's Toronto these days? I moved to.
It's good. I mean, I'm not here so much. Yeah. I mean, I just got back from India. I spent most of my time in India.
Nice. Where in India?
Outside of Bombay, I'm going back in November.
Sick.
I'm gonna go to the Middle East and then come back here, then go to India, get servants, chefs, everything. It's really nice.
Did they try to sexually violate you?
I mean, I have rich men that know what's up. Like, they have wives, and they'll be like, oh, you know, like, blah, 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 blah. And then they say they have a wife, and I'm like, that's great that you're a Gujarati diamond marshal. How are you going to take care of me? Diamond emoji. Then he understands, so he goes, well, let me take you on trips and dinner and this and that. And when I say, I'm just looking to get paid, then he deletes all those messages, and he's like, okay, talk to me when you're here. Like, guys are weird there. I'm like, fly me out. But I'll tell you, this is how I date now. First class lounge for Emirates. I make sure that layover is as long as possible. Before I land, I do my motherfucking makeup. And I walk around that lounge, back and forth, over the buffet, and wait for men to walk by. Start small talk and giggle and get like 6 numbers from serious guys with money, and that's it. Right back! It's called market segmentation. Where am I gonna find men that have money?
I thought it was called solicitation.
Not in Toronto, that's for sure.
Not in Toronto. They're getting taxed too much. They have no disposable income and no confidence. Like, but first class lounge in the Middle East, not business class, first class. Worth it.
Fully aware of it. Have you been there for real?
Oh yeah, look at my Snapchat. You'll see in my public stories how I was there. Like, I'm not fucking wrong. Everybody add my Snapchats. Let's go.
I go there to save baby girls. You know about that?
That's nice. I go there to try to make a baby so I can have alimony and support.
Harry, can you change the title?
Ahmed Qassam Nasri.
Macabre. I said macabre. No.
Like, what did you say?
Baby Ata.
for me, man. What's going on? Just quickly, bro.
Keep singing, that's nice.
Because
you hate your kind of Eben Kappa. In many ways. Sperm of Spaniards. Jellyfish. Stand with his behold. Dinka Masters.
You know what makes me happy when I travel and I see Israel?
Hello. Fucking hate them. They're overpriced.
I know, but it's just nice to see at airports around the world.
You know those airplanes can withstand like a missile? They're all like, well, that's why it's so expensive. So people don't shoot down Israelis out of the sky on commercial flights because they like to do this. But yeah, there are these incredible planes that have been fixed with all these anti-all technology. It's really cool. It's also fucked up that Israel, the only Jewish country in the world, has to have planes like this because everyone tries to keep fucking shooting down the planes. Like, that's actually insane. It's weird. It's crazy. It's weird. That this is normalized.
Not okay.
It's a strange thing that Jews have to have extra military defense systems on commercial airplanes like a 747 because there's a history of all these people shooting down and killing, taking them hostage. I mean, it's fucked. If you think about it, it's actually fucked. This is such a normal thing. Ahmed, shut up. I hope Muslim Brotherhood, fuck Sisi, it takes over Egypt again. You need to be going by your place.
Honestly, I'll be straight up with you. Like, I started dating this guy who's from Iraq. I'm over it. I'm not really into these kinds of Arabs. Like,
They're ghetto Iraqis.
as friends. And he makes weird sounds when we fuck and I suck his dick.
Yeah.
And I just like, it's just like, I need a man that, like, maybe go grown, but not go, I'm sorry, I can't even do it. I don't want to hear that from a man. Like,
She needs a man that's grown in some spots on his body, but some other spots he's not grown. يعني يكسر اختك.
Fuck your parents. Fuck your future children. Fuck your grandchildren. Fuck your entire family and your entire history. And curse the religion of your mother. Say it in English so everyone else can hear it.
I have no family. Curse أمي.
You should look into why Allah put that in your circumstances.
Let's talk about the subject about Dearborn, Michigan, the Mecca of hate, and when the Christian minister went to speak with the mayor about a street sign that was named after a terrorist sympathizer, and how the mayor shut him down and says if you'll be doing a parade once this man leaves the town and call them Islamophobe. What do y'all think? I know we spoke about it at length for hours now, and Ewan brought up a bunch of facts and information about what's going on in the UK and how America is becoming like that with grooming gangs and sympathizers and this pro-Pali movement, this leftist movement where it's a mind disease, especially like in Dearborn, Michigan, and he pointed out Minnesota and some other major cities in the States, where this is becoming extremely problematic. Have any of you clicked on the link in the Jumbotron up top? You can watch it. It's pretty neat, or just you can read. It's a short little story.
So I read it, it's sort of brand true, the white fucking locust. And every time they take over a city council, they don't say it's an Arab or it's a Middle Eastern council, it's suddenly a Muslim council. The Hamtramck, they call the first Muslim council in the country.
I want to know what Joe's saying in the chat while you're up on stage. You asked if somebody's been to Dearborn. I hope not. Are you defending the action?
I've been to Dearborn. No, I'm asking if you've been there, have you?
I would never step foot in there after I see the videos that they're speaking.
It's so Central America. How so?
Yeah, explain.
Yeah, well, it is Central America. I live about an hour away from there. Yes, I grew up in Detroit. It's literally 10 minutes away from where I grew up at. They used to put, actually it was struck down as unconstitutional that if you were caught in Dearborn Park with you could be, the police could ask for your identification, and if your ID said Detroit, you would be escorted out. Dearborn has a long track record of anti-Semitism, anti-blackness, anti-Americanism, and it's a shithole country of us. I'm less than an hour away, friend. I do believe you, but South Bend's not too far from there. It doesn't hold true here.
So are you saying it's a great place to live?
No, it's a place, it's home for some people. It's not for me.
Yeah, so Gaza's home for some people too, and so is fucking Pakistan. Doesn't mean that what's going on there is good.
I don't think I said that. I said I don't live there.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pretend I know any better, and you don't live there.
Okay, but when there's a video of the mayor speaking at a town council meeting and calling a man that says, I think it's inappropriate that you would name a street after a terrorist sympathizer, and for him to be called Islamophobic, and the mayor saying he wants him thrown out of the town and he will do a parade, I don't need to go there.
That happens across the country.
Where?
Friend?
Where, friend? Where, friend? Tell me where, friend.
Well, if you shut up, I will. Can I speak? I live in South Bend, and it happens here all the freaking time.
So a minister brings up the fact that there's a street sign in South Bend.
I don't chew my cotton twice.
So you're telling me a minister?
Are you black?
In South Bend said that, and the mayor called him Islamophobic and said he would do a parade. So you just said that.
Yeah.
So
His mayor was Pete Buttigieg. Figured out.
Yeah, figure it
what
out.
the fuck's wrong with you?
She's a crazy psycho bitch on this app, bro.
Yeah, I'm as crazy as you are.
No, you're just a psychotic bitch loony
Hey,
that hates your life. I don't know what it is. You're like an old 70-year-old woman that's like hates your life. You're
55.
I'm sorry you're 55, great. Well, you're fucking miserable.
Well, you're stupid.
Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I'm so offended.
See, you stupid ass.
Oh my god, I'm so offended. I'm stupid.
Harry, you're stupid. Harry, you're stupid.
I don't know, she's just a Jew hater. She's a fucking big Jew hater, this bitch. So don't, she's gonna put on this, I'm a 55-year-old voice and I'm so innocent. It's all like I'm half dead.
You can call me anything, but I'm not a Jew.
Yeah, you are. I've heard you say shit in rooms. I've seen you write shit in the chats. You're a fucking Israel hater, Jew hater, piece of shit.
You can't even quote it, asshole.
I don't need to quote it. I know what I saw with my own fucking eyes, retard.
Alright, I'll be retarded for you, okay?
I mean, you sound retarded.
Well, you're judging me based off of the lisp I have.
Great. You sound like a retard. Maybe you suck some more dick and your lisp will go.
That'll be in your dreams, not mine.
Nah, I don't want Granny with no teeth sucking my dick thing.
I've
not gonna get in between. I don't.
Yeah, Ahmed, ask your mom. She loved.
I don't think Joe's anti-Jewish, but I do think that she likes to fight.
Yeah, I think
She's a fucking anti-Semite piece of shit.
No, I am not. You don't even know my family.
Yes, I know everything about here in all the fucking rooms. You're an anti-Semitic piece of shit.
All right, you say so.
Are you a black?
No, she's not black. She's white.
I'm white, and my kids are black and Hawaiian.
Because you kept talking about cotton.
Yeah, racist ass joke she's making, which means that she's racist also.
Alright, fine. I'll be quiet. You guys carry on.
No, I'm just wondering, how did you learn to articulate your words like this?
I just grew up like that. Why? What are you catching?
It's the tobacco chewing I can hear.
Alright, I'm gonna go down. You guys beat up someone else. I'm not in the mood today.
Word. Thanks for coming, man.
God bless you.
God bless you. Have a safe flight. Royal, what's going on?
I don't give a fuck what age you are, by the way. All the pussy ass bitches at the bottom in the chat writing all that. I don't give a fuck what age you are. If you're a disrespectful, Jew-hating piece of shit, I'm gonna come at you. I'm not a fucking weak-kneed Jew here bending the fucking knee to all these fucking pieces of shit on the app. You're gonna come with disrespect, I'm gonna show you the fucking disrespect right back. So sire, sir, whatever your fucking name is, you're a piece of shit motherfucker too. You're a fucking Jew hater. You're the last person that should be talking about that. Julian, you're the fucking worst of the worst. You're a fucking fence-sitting piece of shit. You love shit in your ass. You love the fucking fence pole in your ass because you love to sit on the fucking fence. So shut the fuck up and keep your fucking opinions to...
Okay, so there's two guys that I want to know if you've heard from. Remember that Mo guy from New York with the big muscles that was like always following Yael?
He was on about 2 weeks ago, but he hasn't been around a lot.
And then Mo. And then there was that Mo.
What's wrong with the title, Royal?
What's wrong with the title?
I'm from Michigan. I'm from that area. And I do not agree with it being a haven of hate. No.
Okay, so there's a question mark. It's saying, Dearborn, Michigan, the Mecca of hate, question mark. Is it? So did you see what happened in the news? Did you see what the Christian minister asked the mayor?
No, I didn't.
Oh, take a look at it. And I'm pretty sure you might agree with the title, or you may still not think it's hateful. Who knows? But have a look at it. So the mayor called. Well, I'd rather you look at it so I'm not feeding you that all.
I think the internet generations don't really, and with what's been going on lately, people look at Dearborn differently. I think people who were aware of the city, pre-1990, really know the history and are not surprised about the anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism that happens in this.
What encouraged the title?
Just the way the mayor spoke. The way the mayor spoke.
Why would they say it?
He said that, there's a Christian minister that said, I think it's inappropriate that you would name a street after a terrorist sympathizer, and the mayor said you're Islamophobic. I want you out of this town, and I'm going to do a parade when you leave for you.
Why would they name it?
After, somebody, hold on, I'll go right to the article. They named it after Osama Siblani.
Is it racist that I was like, you could have stopped at Osama?
So, yeah. Barham accused Siblani of supporting terror groups and promoting violence in the Middle East and on American soil when he's kind of synonymous with Hezbollah and now Hamas. I don't think it was appropriate, he said, for his name to be so publicly so.
Yeah, was that the guy that was alleged Hamas leader and left us?
I'm not sure. So then it goes like this. At the public meeting, Barham read a comment made to Sablani, a Lebanese American, which he argued encouraged violence not only in the Middle East but also in the United States. Barham argued that Sablani once spoke about the blood of martyrs irrigating on the land of Palestine. He quoted Sablani as allegedly saying in a 2022 speech, "Believe me, everyone should fight within his means. They will fight with stones, others will fight with guns, others will fight with planes, drones, and rockets." Sablani rejected Barham's allegations as false, telling Fox News Digital he was the only person to oppose the street sign. He said support for the honor has been widespread, adding thousands of residents in Dearborn across Michigan and throughout the country have praised the sign recognizing my more than 4 decades of service. Sablani also argued that Barham's claims were based on false information and bias. Barham told Will Chain that he lived in the Middle East for a time and he said he fears what he referred to as a flow of hostility from Muslim majority countries into the West. Dearborn Mayor Abdullah H. Hamoud defended the decision, saying Sablani had contributed greatly to the community through his decades leading the Arab American news. He dismissed Barham's concerns and told him to close his eyes if he didn't want to see the signs. I don't think this was great advice because I then might crash if I close my eyes when I'm driving. Barham later said, stressing that he had no intent to spread hate towards the Muslim community. And he goes and quote, "I don't want to just encourage more hostility towards Muslim friends. I want to encourage love towards Muslim friends," he said, emphasizing that his faith played a role in his decision to speak out about the intersection signs. In the meeting, Hamoud called Barham a racist, bigot, and an Islamophobe. He went to declare, although he lived here, I want you to know as a mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
Wow, interesting. Very interesting. It's interesting how he thinks that as a mayor, he has the power to kick somebody out of a city in America where that's part of your constitutional right to travel freely anywhere you like, to live wherever you like. But I don't know, these Muslims think that they're going to come into America and change the law and the Constitution. It's very fucking hilarious, actually, because they want to honor a guy who was a fucking terrorist sympathizer and put signs on the streets in America for him, like we're in fucking Judea and Samaria with the PLO and Mahmoud Abbas. It's very fucking hilarious. And they want to pull out the race card. Like, Islam is a race. First of all, it can't be racist. Islam is not a race. Second of all, it has nothing to do with Islam. It has to do with the individual itself. So that's what they like to do. They like to tear apart these little fucking pieces and make it a whole thing where they're the victims. They love playing victims. Haven't you realized that they are the victims, except they are the majority of population in the world almost. And they want to play like they're the victims. It's fucking hilarious. Stop with the crying. No one has sympathy for you fucking terrorists. No one has sympathy for you guys. Fuck your stupid sign and fuck you motherfuckers, okay? That guy had every right to do that and say what he's saying, and that sign should not be there if this guy's a fucking terrorist sympathizer. Not in America. You guys can take that to your fucking Muslim country and do that in your fucking Muslim country. Okay?
What did the sign say, and who was the sign of?
Fuck the sign, but yeah, here it.
Well, that's what all the outrage is over. That's why
It's the sign of the name of the guy. They want to put the name of a guy on a sign, on a street sign or some shit to make honor of him. In America, we put that for like, you know, fallen deputies who fall in the line of service, in the line of duty, got hit by a car while they're doing a traffic stop, got killed. You know, honor a deputy who put their life on the line. Not some motherfucker who was talking about Palestine or some shit like this has nothing to do with America. We don't need to put signs in America for these fuckers, okay? They want to do that, they can put a sign in over there for them. We don't need to do that in America.
One question for you, brother. Only you, that's it. You know how you just said, Muslim people don't need to come to America and change the
I
law.
agree with that. I wouldn't characterize
But
it
there's a whole new
as
bill. A Jewish guy proposed the bill saying anybody that makes any type of racial comment or post towards Israel should get their passport revoked in America. What's up with that? And the guy's not even American, he's Jewish. He doesn't live in America.
You can be Jewish and be American, you fucking retard, first of all.
But he's not an American citizen. He's Israeli. It's an idea.
Yeah, what's his name?
I'll get a thing for you.
Okay, get the article for me too, by the way. Because when people say things, they leave important information. Move that fucker retarded down to the audience. Okay, cool. So yeah, when you say things like that, people tend to leave important information out. Like some of the words that you said are not 100% accurate. So I would like to read the article and then we can talk.
Is it quiet or is it just me?
It's quiet. It's because there's a storm coming.
I was about to ask
What were you gonna ask?
if it was quiet in here or if I was in the Matrix.
Trash bag, you're always driving, huh?
I do shit with my time. The clubhouse is not a primary activity, it's a secondary activity. It's like smoking a cigarette.
That's what happens when you're an Uber driver. You're always driving.
I'm not an Uber driver, but I am driving home from your mama's.
Ooh, good one. The mom jokes, man. Forgot that we're in 10th grade again. You see how defensive they get? Like, it's funny because if he wasn't an Uber driver, really, he wouldn't have said anything. He would have just, moved on. But he went to mom joke because he probably is an Uber driver, Uber Eats driver.
Stay in the room like every time you open it, but then he just fucking goes there. Why?
Because people don't like when the truth is revealed. It hurts them inside. Just like Resistance, just like this retard here, just like all of them. They're all retarded. It's okay. We know how the app is, BB. I actually didn't even move you to the audience. That's funny. Somebody else moved you. I don't care. You can say all the mom jokes you want. I don't give a fuck. It just shows that you are really that person that I said you are. Because if you're that defensive over it, then it means that it hurts you that badly.
Did you find the article?
Oh, he's still looking. He's looking for that imaginary article.
Daniel, was that something you wanted to post? Up top?
Yeah, I'm kind of reporting news.
Should I post it?
I will tell you, what it is. I'm reporting again news that probably again didn't reach mainstream media because it doesn't align with the narrative. And I would love if there are any pro-Palis to hear what they say. So basically, UNICEF made out a statement after 4 trucks containing baby formula were robbed at gunpoint in Gaza, affecting thousands of starving babies. And I'm wondering, why. It's like I found it first at the Times of Israel, but then I was kind of looking for a source that maybe will be less debunkable, even though they love to use Times of Israel. So I went to the actual website to find the statement, and you can find it. And I'm wondering, like, I'm not wondering anymore. I'm just kind of trying to show again, like, this insanity. Like, yesterday, 2 days ago, an aid worker murdered 2 Israeli aid workers after driving a humanitarian truck carrying humanitarian. Like, no one talks about this. And this now again with the baby Mula. So just at least that you will know this.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at it. And do you wanna like talk about the link before I read it? Like, what does it say on there?
Basically, the statement is about the it was robbed, basically that it happened, but people will not say that it didn't happen. From the United Nations, UNICEF aid trucks robbed at gunpoint in Gaza City, and then they also said that it contained therapeutic food critical for saving thousands of young lives, or malnutrition as famine spreads. It's like they don't see that the humanitarian crisis is what Hamas is trying to achieve here, not Israel. And it doesn't matter how much evidence you show them, they will keep on defending Hamas at the expense of the Palestinians, not to defend Palestinians. The pro-Palestinian movement is a fraud. It's not they don't care about Palestinians. They're like the worst thing that happened to Palestinians since their ideology.
By the way, Emperor, what you posted there is completely 100% false.
So it's false.
Just because somebody posted it on fucking Twitter doesn't mean that it's real. The claim isn't true. There's no bill that has been introduced to Congress that would explicitly allow Marco Rubio or anyone else to revoke U.S. passports solely for criticizing Israel. So, I don't know where you got that shit from. I don't know if you believe some guy on fucking X that posts this shit that hates Israel, but that's fine. That just shows that people nowadays do not know how to critically think for themselves. They have to have retards on Twitter think for them. And they believe everything they see. They're so indoctrinated by the internet nowadays. It's fucking insane to me.
Something like this would happen, America would be on flames. Like, everybody would be talking about it. Everybody would be criticizing it. Like, it wouldn't be just one post of a random person on Twitter. It would be like everywhere. It's like free speech.
It is everywhere. I've heard it 3 times in the past week, and I did a search, of course, and there's not even a bill in committee that says such a thing. It's like just completely fictitious.
It's crazy. It's all over the news. I'm seeing that too. But there's no actual television. I know, but there's actually no bill that's introduced.
It was suggesting
You would violate the U.S. Constitution. Don't you, Emperor? Are you even American?
No, I'm just Canadian.
Okay, there you go. That's all I need to know, because he doesn't understand the U.S. Constitution then, because at the end of the day, it would violate the U.S. Constitution. So what the bill that actually happened, that the bills in question was they did in mid-September, was they introduced the Department of State Policy Provisions Act. This is a part of a larger package aimed at reorganizing the State Department under the Trump administration. One provision would have expanded the Secretary of State Marco Rubio's authority to deny or revoke passports for individuals deemed to have provided hero support to terrorists or traffickers, even without conviction or indictment, and without full due process. That's what that made that this person on Twitter took and put it into his own words. Do you understand? So if you are deemed to have provided material support to terrorists or traffickers, you can get your citizenship revoked. That's what they're trying to introduce. Completely different. It has nothing to do with Israel. Are you gonna let me finish, or are you gonna talk over the truth?
I don't care about X. Look at the video. It's on live television. On your guys' news.
What video?
Well, look at it. Post in the chat again.
On live YouTube is live television?
It's a clip from Fox News, which was live when you were
Fox
talking about
News.
That's your guys' news outlet. It's in America, right?
It's our news outlet.
Fox News is in America, is it not?
Do you know how many other fucking news outlets are in America?
It's owned by Americans.
What the fuck does that mean? CNN is also owned by Americans, and they hate Trump. So what is that supposed to mean? Is that true?
It's also on CNN.
It's owned
You
by.
are the most retarded person in the world. I swear. I mean, I keep meeting new retards every day on this app.
So you're good news, buddy. You're saying
So
it
because
doesn't
it's
matter.
reported on the news, it is true?
It's your guys' suggestion, and I never said the bill went
It's
through.
not my suggestion. It's Fox's suggestion.
No, it's your guys' citizens.
Oh my God, this guy's retarded, bro. When people get proven wrong, they don't know how to say, you know what, I'm wrong. You're not. You know what, you're right.
I know I'm right. You don't get to prove yourself. It's okay.
No, I'm saying that I'm right, not you are. You're wrong. I literally read to you what, and then you're gonna post a video. Like, I read to you everything. I can give you the exact number as well if you want. The exact fucking the bill, the actual bill that they want to introduce. HR 5300. You can go ahead and you can look it up.
So you're admitting your news just reads propaganda and just says match.
Yes, I'm admitting the news. Yes, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, all these fucking shitty news outlets, CBS, they're all shit. So do you have a problem with that?
They all talk about how good Israel is, so I know it's so.
Who talks about it? CNN talks about how good Israel is? Really? Really? Can you provide me evidence to show that?
100%. Show me one clip you can find from one Palestinian person that soldier died.
Why are we letting this guy talk?
Because we like the retards to expose themselves, Sarah. Let them expose themselves. How retarded they are. Like, I literally read to him the actual bill. Has nothing to do with Israel.
Empire, are your parents cousins?
Of course they are.
Barry, you did a good job. He's out. I don't know if you left him so.
Did somebody kick him or did he leave?
I didn't kick him either.
He took the eject airways, guys.
I mean, like, fuck, because he posted a video from a news outlet, like, it's crazy. I knew about this now. It's nothing new. Like, they're not going to be able to revoke someone's passport because about Israel. It has nothing to do with that. But if they violate the federal law, which is giving materials to terrorist organizations or supporting them in any kind of way, yes, then that's what they want to pass. They want to pass something like that where they can revoke your U.S. citizenship. So, and I think they have every right to do that. I think they should do that.
Is it even possible, like legally, to revoke someone's citizenship and then what is remained? Like, what is he if he has no citizenship? Like, I don't think it's you can keep a person without, unless he has another citizenship yet. Yes, but if he has only one, I don't think that it's possible.
Well, that's why they're trying to introduce this bill. So, I mean, honestly, I probably don't think it will pass because of the First Amendment. But you know, what happens is they find somebody that does support terrorist organizations, like any kind of financial support or any kind of material support.
Why
they can go to federal prison.
Why it's a First Amendment if you provide support? It's not about speech.
Well, then it's not the First Amendment anymore. Then you're violating federal law when you actually, that's not a speech at that point. So he's trying to say, his initial argument was that, where is it? You can scroll up here in a second. He wrote something about it. Where is it? He said that pretty much if somebody was criticizing Israel, that they would have. He posted it, the X post. Where is it? Here it is.
He started the argument about the Dearborn mayor.
Oh, somebody removed him. That's why he was gone. Fuck.
Yeah, he took eject airways. I don't know.
Here it is. It says a bill has been introduced to Congress. Oh fuck! I lost the page now. God damn it. Basically, it was making a bullshit lie saying a bill's been introduced that would take away someone's U.S. citizenship, U.S. passport if they criticize Israel. When I read the exact, definition of what the bill actually states, has nothing to do with Israel at all. So, the authority to deny or revoke passports for individuals deemed to have provided material support to terrorists or traffickers, even without conviction or indictment, and without full due process. That's what that is. So,
I think that they kind of know that those that are against Israel are basically terrorist supporters. So when they say condemn Israel, it's being pro-Israel. Because if you're countering terrorism, you're supporting Israel. They made a connection, basically, between those two things.
Listen, they're doing it right now. That Mahmoud Khalil guy from Columbia University, he's gone. He's going back to Syria or wherever the fuck other country he's
Syria, they haven't decided.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Let him go to any. I don't get him out of America because they saw what he was doing was against what you should be doing when you have a residency or a green card or whatever it is. You're still not a citizen. You're still not a full U.S. citizen. So there's still things that you need to obey by in order to keep that, that good tenure with the USCIS. So.
This is some of the privilege that I received. Yeah, you're invited here, you're dead. You're not here.
It's like driving. Driving is not a right. There's no drive. It's a privilege granted by this state. You gotta take tests, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, then you get a driver's license. Privilege. Being in the U.S., so you get to be a citizen is privilege. What?
Why is the ACLU depending on?
Can't hear you, Randy.
Why is the ACLU defending him?
They think in some twisted way,
what kind of
everyone has the right to say whatever they want.
That's exactly what it is. They warned that this could be weaponized against political speech. That's what they said, It's bullshit. Like, he has ties supporting terrorist organizations and spreading terroristic ideologies here in America. That's against federal law here. So that's not freedom of speech. There's a point, there's a threshold to freedom of speech. And people don't understand it.
Freedom of speech is not absolute.
Like, you want to come to America, be an American, and pay taxes here and live like Americans do, that's great. But the minute that you violate any federal law, I don't give a shit. Like, you should be going to jail, or you should be deported. That's it. Fuck that shit, man. I don't want those people in our country. Because we're gonna be like Europe one day. We're gonna be like Dearborn, Michigan one day. All of the States, if not.
About time Mahmoud Khalil was kicked out.
Yeah, it only took like almost a year for it to happen, right? So after one judge wanted to not allow it to happen, and then finally the other judge said, you know what, the guy, they found something. They found him lying on his fucking paperwork for his green card. So that's illegal as fuck. You can't just lie and leave out information. So that's it. You're fine.
There's a whole story now behind Danny and his status from green card to citizenship. There could be a lot of shit down the road for him as well.
Oh, that would be great to see. Hopefully they can investigate into that further. Let's see what happens with that. Because that dude's also sketchy as fuck. So I want to know where his money's going. Oh, he's a big Jew hater for sure. And you're seeing the same thing like happening with the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing. They're saying, oh, the government stepped in to suppress his free speech. Oh. So we're going to let people on live television advocate for murdering people, assassinating people here in America. That's where we come to as America, as Americans. Like, that's insane to me. And this is how shit the left is. This is how deranged and delusional they are. So anybody that advocates for anybody's death or assassination should be taken off of there. There's freedom of speech to a point, right? When you're inciting somebody's death or you're, advocating for death of somebody, that's against the law. You shouldn't be doing that. That's not right. So, fuck Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel can't even fucking say his stupid name. And he's not funny at all, by the way. I don't know who even watched the show. Stupid ass.
It was, his ratings were in the tank. I think he had like a 4th share, something like that, something really low. So it was about to happen. contract. And his contract could very well have a clause that if he makes the company look bad, that's problematic. And a lot of contracts your employees have that thing. That's why you see people getting fired for their after hours. Posts on Instagram platforms. That, people now figure out, oh, where is this company? Stop buying from them. So a lot of employment contracts now have a morality clause in them. So no one knows what's inside of this contract.
I said it earlier.
It's about 1,000 pages long.
I said it earlier. Listen, you can have free speech, but there's consequences.
Yeah. As my dad used to say, every decision has a consequence.
But you're right, like he did sign a contract with ABC and stuff, and underneath his name. And what I also heard was that the next star who owns ABC and a bunch of like 30 or 40 other news affiliates around the country, they're trying to buy out somebody else, like Tonga or another fucking broadcasting company that owns a shit ton of huge. Yeah, they want to buy them out, and they won't get the FCC approval to do it, to buy them out if they allow somebody like this, and that's where the whole controversy is over the government regulating it. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about money.
Has a lot of money potential, restraint of trades, monopoly. That's the FCC has to approve it based on making sure it still maintains a free and fair marketplace, being heavily scrutinized. And when the FCC, before they did anything, when the head of the FCC, the chairman of the FCC said, this is a problem. We can do it. ABC can do it the easy way, or they can do it the hard way. And if they do the easy way, that's fine. If they do the hard way, we, as in the FCC, have a lot of work to do. That was an ominous statement.
Like I said, he was irrelevant anyways. This show, I didn't even know he was still on air, honestly. So, and actually after they announced that he was off the air, I saw on TV that his show was being played still. So I don't know if it was like a rerun or something. I don't know. So it's kind of weird to see that. But this is just going to be old news in a week from now. No one's going to give a shit. Because that's what happens in America. There'll be something else and no one's going to care about Jimmy Kimmel. And that's it, So... But yeah, the thing in Dearborn, Michigan is just fucking ludicrous, bro. That shit's insane. That shit's happening in America, man. That they're gonna name street terrorists, just like they're doing in fucking Judea area for these fucking pieces of shit.
These terms that are in there, don't they have error?
You're breaking up. I couldn't hear you.
On the police patches,
They do there and also in New Jersey. Patterson, I think, New Jersey. They have like big writing on the car or whatever on their. They have like Palestinian flags that they wear on their police vests, which is insane to see in America. It's just crazy that this shit's happening in America. I'm just shocked to see that shit. That these cities allow this shit to happen. So. And honestly, the federal government could step in whenever they wanted to and say, hey, we're going to take away federal funding from you guys. Fuck you. You can get funding from your tax. And that's it. And, they need the federal funding. They love that money. But it's just weird how, it's just really not there's so many other issues in this country than this little shit that they don't really see it as a big deal, unfortunately. But I do think it's fucking crazy. So unpatriotic, un-American, like to put another flag there when when you're in the line of duty as a sworn police officer, sworn to the Constitution of the United States, and you're gonna wear another flag. That's fucking crazy. You're a public official. You're a public servant in the United States, and you're wearing another. The fuck out of here with that shit. Same thing with the people in Congress and having all the fucking Palestinian flag vests and shit and wearing keffiyehs and all. This is a disgrace, man. So, and actually, what Trump said about Ilhan Omar the other day was fucking hilarious. So, call him bigot, racist, or whatever they'll call him for that. But what he said was true, and a lot of people really agree with Trump what he said about her. So, I mean, he's not lying. People just don't like to hear the truth. That's what it is. Let me find the clip. I don't know if everyone saw it, but I'll find the clip for you guys. Like, he basically said that she should be impeached, which is true. Somebody like that should definitely be impeached. It's also Rashida Tlaib, AOC, all these treasonous pieces of shit that don't like America, yet they're in our government. They should all be impeached and gone. That's it. He said these people come from a place with nothing, and they come to our country and tell us how we should do things here. Like, fuck that shit, bro. Go back to your shithole countries and you guys could do that over there. Don't come to America and violate our constitutional rights here. Let's see what
nobody did it. You self-proclaim, just like Mahmoud Abbas, just like Yasser Arafat, just like all the Palestinians who have been feeding on the pain of the Palestinian children. You are a parasite, a bottom feeder. This is what you are. So before you speak against the Prime Minister of a democracy and accuse him of being a terrorist, you need to look at yourself in the mirror. You have been supporting Hamas and it's recorded against you for eternity. So don't play the game now that your fight is for the children in Gaza. This is not your fight. You know who's fighting for the children of Gaza? The IDF. That is killing Hamas. That is uprooting Hamas so the children of Gaza can have their freedom after 36 years of slavery. Those are the ones who qualify to speak on the topic, not you sitting in your comfort and you want to have an opinion about it. This is the problem that we have dealt with. Scumbags like this authorized you to speak on behalf of the Gaza.
So in Gaza, in the Palestinian society, are there people who are sick and tired of Hamas? Are there people willing to wanting a change, but they can't express themselves?
The vast majority of Gazans up to October 7 and on the day of October 7 were supportive of Hamas. If I tell you otherwise, I lie to you. Even though they don't like Hamas' iron grip, the question is not how many Gazans support Hamas, because this is very hard to find the statistics, but I guarantee you that the vast majority of Gazans agree on the destruction of Israel. First of all, we need to understand what is the problem, because from a personal experience with the Jewish people, all I saw, the most amazing, most productive, and most successful nation in the world that don't harm anyone else. So why the Muslim people hate the Jewish people? They don't have a reason except the ideological reason. And that is, in some Islamic texts, they say that Muhammad had a problem with the Jews, and Muhammad is their prophet, so they follow his footsteps. But in reality, Muhammad did not write a word that says anything against the Jewish people. You can say hatred as one motive, but it's not only hatred. It's human delusion, it's envy. First of all, we need to understand what is the... Hey, simple.
I just wanted to know, where are you from? From America, right?
Yeah. He's like, hey, you've been... I'm Jeff.
Yeah, I really like that guy. I mean, he speaks like fucking the truth. He speaks facts. Like he's been there. He's experienced that. He grew up in that fucking environment. And these motherfuckers here will still spit all over what he's saying, like he's lying or some shit. I mean, it's the coming from first-hand view of this guy's life, what he went through, what he fucking grew up seeing, and they think it's all fake, like he's doing it because they're paying him money to do it. It's fucking insane. But he's been doing this shit for years, way before even October 7th happened. I mean, he's been doing it for a while, so it's nothing new. I think he was actually on X Spaces at one point. I remember he was like in a room there talking about, they had interviewed him on there. But yeah, I think he's definitely somebody, if we want to see peace, they would all have to be mindset as him. Because there's no peace unless they don't have the same mindset he does. Which is a Western value mindset, by the way.
Ceasefire now and globalize the intifada, or they carry a sign that says stop the genocide, or they're chanting from the river to the sea. They are very contradictory, without moral compass, driven by hatred, hateful indoctrination. They want a ceasefire, and they mean deep in their hearts they want Israel to serve. It's not about ceasefire, it's not about saving human lives, it's not about saving the children in Gaza. If they really want to save the children in Gaza, then they must work very hard towards removing Hamas from power. Had they condemned Hamas from the beginning, had they rejected barbarism and indiscriminate targeting of civilians, we wouldn't be here. This war would have not stayed this long, and the collateral damage would have been much less than what we are witnessing today. They scream ceasefire now and globalize the father, or they carry a sign that says stop the genocide while they're chanting from the river to the sea. They are very contradictory, without moral compass, driven by hatred, spreading hateful indoctrination. They want a ceasefire, and they mean deep in their hearts they want Israel to surrender. It's not about ceasefire, it's not about saving human lives, it's not about saving the children in Gaza. If they really want to save the children in Gaza, then they must work very hard towards removing Hamas from power. Had they condemned Hamas from the beginning, had they rejected barbarism and indiscriminate targeting of civilians, we wouldn't be here. This war would have not stayed this long, and the collateral damage would have been much less than what we are witnessing today. They scream ceasefire now and globalize the intifada, or they carry...
I agree, Harry. Could you imagine more people spoke like that without actually peace?
Military strategist.
Yeah, of course, man. And the Palestinian people, like how he did, or all the fucking Muslims that hate Israel, No worries at all. We all get along. But they're all radicalized. They're all radicalized. I think there's way more than 10% of the Muslim population that are radicalized. I really do because maybe they're not radicalized in the sense of like they want to commit a terrorist attack tomorrow, but they have those radical views like these motherfuckers on this app. You know, I think they're way bigger. And even the ones that are like in UAE, Saudi, and stuff like this, they all fucking hate Israel still, bro. They all fucking hate Israel. It's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. I think with the numbers wrong. I don't think it's 10%. I think it's 90.
Try, but they actually estimate this to be around about 40%, 30 to 40%. It's the Muslim population in the world is 2 billion. Wow, that's a shitload of people, isn't it?
That's a shitload of people. I think that's more than the whole population in the United States.
Yeah, we're 335 million people, so definitely. It's 5 times larger.
I thought we were like at 370.
No.
Yeah, I thought you guys were, but what does it say about the people that aren't speaking up? Aren't they just as equally as bad?
Alhamdulillah.
I agree, and I think maybe there's multiple reasons. One is they're afraid for their life or their family's life, or the other is that they really don't care too much. But if they were put in the situation to say something, they would say something against Israel, of course. So, or Jews or whatever it is, anything against the West. So. Because look, a perfect example of it is look at Dearborn, Michigan, like the title of the room. Look at that. They made a whole fucking city themselves for what they want. If they really wanted to be American,
it was that leading portion of American auto industry way back when. They took it over. They didn't make it.
They took it over. There you go. That's a better word. I should have said that. You're right. They took it over.
I'm not trying to be critical on you, but
no, I mean but you're right. It's not they didn't make it, but they took it over and then they made it what they wanted it to be. You know,
Ford plant there. I mean, it was a heavy industrial city.
Because we let these lefty libtards take over, and the lefty libtards say, "Oh, it's okay. Bring in whatever you want. We love radicals. We're radicals ourselves. We can get along very well."
You know what? It's so important what you're saying right now because they told us they were going to do this, and they did it. So now when you have like the trans choir saying we're coming for your children, take it serious. They're coming for the children. When you have people screaming from the river to the sea, they mean it. When you have people screaming bomb Israel, they want to bomb Israel. They're not just holding a flag like joking. No, it's serious. Those are terroristic threats. Take it serious. Because everything that Muslims said they wanted to do. We're coming for the government. We're going to be in power. We're going to be in police. We're going to be the doctors. We're going to be and they've done everything. We're going to take over cities. They've done it. They didn't not say they were going to do this. They warned everybody, we're going to do this. And they did it. So I suggest everybody that's in this room, if you care about your family, when somebody tells you something, don't just fluff it off like, they're just talking. No, they're going to do it. They mean it wholeheartedly.
Yeah, look, they did it in Europe. They did it in Australia. Pretty much all of fucking Southeast Asia, they did it. So yeah, I mean, America's next, pretty much. So unfortunately, that's what we're seeing now. Paterson, New Jersey, Dearborn, Michigan. I'm sure there's other little smaller populations of them in little cities across America, but I mean, just fucking crazy. This has been going on for years, by the way. Dearborn, Michigan isn't being new. That's been going on for a long time.
Lewiston, Maine.
What?
Lewiston, Maine.
Tell us what's going on there.
It's a very Muslim area. It's like a very Somalian area. It used to be, it's kind of like Detroit. There's a lot of towns in Maine that are like mill towns. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but like there's a history of lumber industry in Maine, and so there's a lot of towns that were supported by the lumber industry back in the day. Even before the auto industry, Bangor was a lumber town. And so a lot of these towns are on the river, not on the ocean, but that's important for the lumber industry because they were cutting trees up in the woods and floating the logs down to the ocean along the river and milling them along the way. And Lewiston was an old mill town that then kind of been in the 70s, 80s, 90s was like a shitty crack town, like a shitty rednecky crack town. And now for the past 20 years, or maybe even longer, has been, but certainly over the past 10 years, I mean, anyway, it's a Muslim place now. It's for Muslims and crackheads. But it's coming up. I mean, it's kind of like, it could be considered like the Brooklyn of Portland or the New Jersey or the people who are getting priced out of Portland are moving up to Lewiston. But that's also where, like, last week, there's like a bunch of Somalian drivers who don't know how to fucking drive, and they're like jumping their cars on the sidewalk and killing people. And anyway, there was like a 69-year-old woman and then a 75-year-old woman who were hit by these foreign drivers who don't know how to fucking drive, and they're just hitting them with their cars. It's very, very scary, actually, because you trust drivers on the road to not fucking hit you with their car. But imagine if, like, the average driver maybe had you had to look out when you're walking on the sidewalk, like, look out, a driver,
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, well, you could thank fucking Biden administration for that, because they let in whoever the fuck came through the border during his 4 years as president. So, yeah, and we saw a lot of other things.
We also have these weird laws that I think could be changed and updated. So, for example, there's one law that says that you don't have to take driver's ed if you're over the age of 21. So if you move here from Angola and you have an Angolan driver's license, you don't have to take driver's ed. You do have to have a learner's permit before you get a driver's license in the United States. But a lot of these people, like the two women who were just killed by these two drivers, both of them are like 35-year-old men, drivers, random guys, who have learner's permits as a 35-year-old man. And I think if you're a 35-year-old man moving here from Angola, first of all, make sure it's legal citizen, and if you're illegal, then get the fuck out. But even if you're a legal immigrant, you should take driver's ed because you have to learn how to drive in America, not fucking Angola or Indonesia. Because we drive with rules here in America, or we're supposed to at least. We're supposed to follow the rules. It's not like Israel with the beeping, with the constant beeping.
Yeah, New York's probably the same. New York's even worse than saying.
And even in New York, yeah, New York is beeping every fucking 2 seconds. 1 second.
Tel Aviv.
Yeah, New York is like the city of the whole world. So all the people, all the shit drivers from the whole world come and drive in New York City. Shit, man.
If the light turns green and you do not move within a millisecond, you get a horn honk. It's like, give me a break.
Yeah, no driving in both cities very well, Tel Aviv and New York. And trust me, New York is even worse than Tel Aviv.
Well, I have found Montreal to be like in North America, the worst place to drive.
I disagree.
Jerusalem is actually the worst place to drive.
Yeah. Concentrated.
Jerusalem is the worst place to drive.
Yeah, the infrastructure's.
No, the infrastructure is good. The roads are great. Just people are nuts.
Yeah, I just meant like, there's also lots of turns and lots of this and lots of that. It's not like a great city, so it's the drivers are just crazy. Especially the cab drivers.
Anyway, New York is going to turn into a shithole shortly anyway when this McGonagall gets voted into become mayor of the city.
He just got the endorsements. The Democratic governor of the state of of New York. Just
Of course. What do you think?
Well, she's
Another reason to hate Kathy Hochul.
Kathy Hochul is a piece of shit. She always was. She's a socialist, Marxist piece of shit. She is only doing this because she won for re-election. And she was like, well, shit. Yeah, well, the thing is this, right? Elise Stefanik has not announced her nomination yet. Announced her intent to run. If Mandani wins, trust me, Elise Stefanik will win, and she will become governor of New York State. There is no way that this can continue. This guy Mandani, by the way, that's about in the last. The last one, Yakov, one sec. The last 1 week.
Because I want that to be the method.
His connection is bad, so I don't think he's hearing you talk.
No, I can't hear.
Yaakov.
I'll just mute him and he'll
Listen to this. Listen to this. I had I sat with the Israel General Counsel of New York 2 days ago in his office in the city, and he was telling me the following: that they have been told that if Mandani wins, expect that the Israel Day Parade will not be funded or supported by the city in any way. What does that mean? It basically means the city will not provide any security arrangements for the Israel Day Parade, which also means that the Israel Day Parade will be cancelled. It will not take place this coming year. This is Mandani's intent. What his other intent is this: he wants to create a day-long celebration with everyone fucking color of the Nakba. And he's already said this to most people as well, confidence. So New York City is about to turn into the biggest shithole in the United States. The city will go bust. And that's when people will fucking wake up. When the garbage is not being collected, when the place turns into a shithole, and the streets are not being cleaned, and taxes go up. It's disgraceful. It's a fucking disgrace. This guy's a piece of shit.
That's fucking insane, honestly, but at the end of the day, fuck that shit. Then I would say, like, move the fucking parade to somewhere else where they don't appreciate it. Do it in Washington, D.C., in our nation's capital. Fuck New York City, bro. Like, that's what I would say. Like, don't let them fucking win. They can do their little Nakba fucking crying parade, whatever the fuck. But, like, I would not let them defeat what, if you have somebody you could talk to about that, I would say move that shit to Washington, D.C. Fuck that shit, man. To Philly, I don't know, anywhere except fucking New York City. Fuck New York. Move it to Miami. We'll appreciate it in Miami. The people here will love it. The Floridians love it. Fucking New York, bro. Shit city.
43% of left-wing liberal Jews, mainly Reform in the Upper West Side, are voting for Mandani.
That's fucking insane, man. But I'm not shocked, honestly. Buttercup will probably be one of them. There are people like her. If she's really a Jew, they're the people like her that are voting for him. That's what it comes down to.
She's a lovely person. A real sweetheart.
She's a buttercup.
Yeah, right.
I just texted you, Harry.
Alright, let me check it real quick. Give me 1 second.
What we talked about? CB.
Yeah. That's all Alice, bro. Holy shit.
That was today?
Yeah, that's this morning.
Do you think she's really gonna do that?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll tell you why.
Oh god, I can't wait to hear. I think she got scared. There's something that she got scared about. Anyways. Is he Israeli?
חתיכת חרא מזדיין בתחת.
Yeah.
Mehmet Dom, come up to the stage. Talk about the title.
בן זבל.
בן זונה.
בן זבל, קח את הזבל שלך, תזרוק את זה במקום אחר. חתיכת זבל, חרא מזדיין בתחת.
How do you say it? Chatichat zever?
Piece of shit. Piece of shit. חתיכת זבל. Piece of garbage.
I don't understand that guy. Oh, he's on stage.
יאללה, מה אתה רוצה?
Teach that to me again.
מה אתה רוצה? מה אתה רוצה יזבלה? מה אתה רוצה יזבלה? דבר כבר, מה אתה רוצה יזבלה? מה?
כן.
באת לכוון עלינו? באת לכוון עלינו? גיב עוד פעם ים מזדיין בתחת.
I'm gonna wait until you get your emotions out.
Oh, I'm not emotional, man. Let's see if... You know what? I'd love you to be opposite my face right now because I know what I'm doing with my fists.
Yeah, I know. You're emotional. I get it.
Emotional, yeah, you're emotional. The fact that you're even saying I'm emotional and you're bringing it up, you're the one that's emotional. You're a little gay man who can't control his emotions, shits on Israel and Jews all the time.
You want to hear what he said? You don't even want to hear what he said 2 weeks ago with the different account. He came on and he pretended that he was an ex-IDF soldier living in America and he can't get a job now because of what the IDF did.
Oh my god, these people are psychotic.
I don't have another account.
Because he was part of a genocide. He said,
You're a psycho, bro. You really take the time to make up a story like this, psycho?
No, I don't have another account.
Go and sit with your Arab
liar.
Yeah. Oof, kafir, yazbala.
Where are you from? Where are you from, Benny Adam?
أني من سوريا.
No, you're not.
لا والله.
I know you're not.
وين انت يا خرا؟
أني من دمشق.
אתה מזבל, זה מה שאתה.
Repeat that again. Zeber means shit?
Yeah, you're a shitbag.
Yeah, no, just teach me the Hebrew.
You don't teach you fucker all. Go learn it yourself. Go be a fucking teacher.
Yeah, you're my rabbi. You know, like a teacher. Rabbi Aleph. Rabbi, teach me some curse words in Hebrew.
I couldn't believe it, the way he was going on. He was trying to act like so heartfelt. And there was a bunch of Jews in the room, and he's like, you know, since I left the IDF, I can't even get a job. My family won't even talk to me. This guy is fucking despicable.
Dude, I don't have another account. If I did, I would.
You're a fucking lying piece of shit. Scumbag and a goof.
Was this guy like speaking Hebrew? Because I would assume if you were in the IDF, speaking Hebrew, right?
I don't think anybody's talking to you, fucking loser.
were just talking to me. You were just talking about.
Yeah, them. I don't think they were talking to you. Fucking idiot.
No, I'm talking to you, man. You just called me a scumbag and a piece of shit, right?
No, I said goof. See, that's how you lie. I said
scumbag, goof, piece of shit, whatever the fuck.
No, but you added words. That's what you did.
Yeah, whatever. That's okay. Whatever. I don't care. Yeah, but the point is that you were talking to me, right?
The point is, though, I called you a scumbag and a goof, and you added words like piece of shit.
Okay,
and
that's
what
fine.
you do. You sit in people's rooms and you lie and add words. You make up stories because you hate yourself. It's horrible. You should seek help.
That's fine. Sorry, your insults. I completed your insult and Alex's insult.
You seek the devil. I have a song for you actually here. I have a song.
I have a Bible verse for you.
Well, I know. I have a song for you here, brother. I have a song for you, my brother. Here.
Well, I'm glad you're calling me brother.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Here, here's the song.
اليوم اكرم على كيف امك في الغطي. بابا طنطي اليوم كيف اختك بابا اليوم.
Sorry, there's a lot of background noise. I can't hear you personally. We can't really make out the lyrics. Sorry, bro. Brother. Just like you call me brother, I call you brother.
This weekend, I did the update. 26?
Oh, okay. Just want to back you up, Dora.
Yeah.
Don't be blowing no kisses at me. You got something you want to get off your chest? Combo, Quinn ain't been big ever since. Never mind.
Oh no. What happened? He got upset. He was. What happened with Quinn?
I mean, I can only assume what Pure Blood is talking about, but because I don't assume out loud, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. Oof! I'm trying to tell you, I should be in this bar,
Yo, Pure Blood, what you did to Quinn?
I got blow dry my head. Pure Blood ain't do nothing to Quinn.
Oh. So why he hasn't came back?
You messy as shit.
I'm just trying to
Real quick. See that little piece of fucking trash in the chat? What's the attention, Monica? She still here?
Yeah, she did.
Monica, you are.
Oh, just ignore her.
All the simple piece of shit. Okay, Monica? And I don't even speak on like that. But you are a piece of shit. Dirty ass white bitch. Okay?
Oh, Jesus.
Monica.
Stop doing. Hey, April.
I approve that masturbation.
Trailer trash piece of shit.
This has to stop.
Trailer trash piece of shit.
Oh my god.
Another dude, did y'all see that person throwing shit off the Manhattan rooftop?
Michael, you stupid.
Yeah, crazy.
Some dude in Manhattan throwing shit at people off the rooftop yesterday at the protest.
Oh, is that why they got arrested?
But it was an ICE protest yesterday, y'all.
Yeah, that's what she's just talking about. That people got arrested. That's probably why they got arrested.
It was
So he was like picking up pieces of real life shit and throwing it. The dedication to it, right? Like, I might not like ice. I'm not touching shit.
Probably their own shit, though.
I've seen the
Yeah.
This nigga went to Central Park with a bag and just was scooping dog shit. Was like, yeah, I know what I'm doing this.
You gotta consider the source. I ain't buying all that.
Not literal shit. I was talking about, like, chairs.
Yeah. See how you get things twisted, right? You're
Said shit multiple times.
How many people say shit all the time and they don't mean
I was
shit?
like, why Why isn't he taking this serious?
Actual shit. Like,
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. That strawberry against your skin is definitely showing how white you are.
That ain't my hand, that's my strawberry.
You talking about you being petty, First Lady.
She called to her.
I had to create a new TikTok because I couldn't open up what.
I didn't delete mine.
I didn't remember the password.
I don't remember mine either. I don't know how I got back in.
I couldn't get back in, so I was like, fuck this shit. I'm about to create another one just because, if somebody sends you something,
Follow me on it.
you won't be able to open. I'm not following you on the real one.
What real one?
My real account.
Who's on first?
This is like an account that I just made on the second phone.
I don't give a damn which one you follow me on. Hey, City, Trump to impose $100,000 fee on H-1B visas. You hear that? Trump to impose $100,000 fee on H-1B visas. So if you want to get an H-1B visa, you gotta pay $100,000.
What's your phone number? What's your phone number?
Sure, let me just say it.
What's your phone? What's your 555? Send me your account.
555.
TikTok.
55. And what's your social? 314.
That's something that you're interested in, by way of getting loans, or if you already have the property, if there's grants available, how to go about getting those grants, in terms of what you need to do to register to be eligible to apply, what things you need to have in order to be eligible to apply. But more specifically, how do you find someone like me? You get up and you actually do the work to look for someone like me. It's just Shay. Mike, I hope I answered that question.
Somebody needs to cash in her ticket there.
It won't let me.
Is there a join at the top?
Got a counterfeit ticket.
Yeah, when I do it says I can't join the house.
We gotta get Augustus on that.
I'm still in time.
Good stuff.
There's a 1.2 hero.
I held back. The thing is, like, when you speak, like, the truth through, like, logical means and through, like, rational standards, they can't kick you out. They can't put you down. Because it's like, what's your refutation to that? It's coming.
Yeah, I know. All right, we're gonna have to get together and at least have have one or two. They were very productive. I know. I'm spiraling fast, but they were excellent. So,
Just one final message. Yeah, everybody's listening down there, and if you have not done anything, it's easy to get overwhelmed. But pick one thing. Just pick one thing and do it, and you'll feel better. And then when you think about it again, think about, I'm going to print some math. Shalom. How are you? Oh, yeah.
I know we have divorce and all that, but give me a pension, goddammit.
You want a pension?
But yeah, for being a stay-at-home mom, sure the fuck.
Because China was right there, and they stepped in, and boom, they just, all of Russia just pivoted towards China. But, what did you ask about specifically? Any kind? China. China selling weapons.
My question was, no. My question is, so Iran has a sanction by the U.S., right? So the question was, how come? So China is still doing business with Iran in spite of U.S. putting sanctions on Iran.
Yes. Yeah, because China. U.S. can't do anything about China.
Excuse me, Edward. May I have a question about China?
Are you Chinese?
I live in Singapore.
Okay. Do you speak Chinese?
Yes, I speak Chinese.
Oh, so you're from China?
Why are you Chinese?
I speak Cantonese.
Yeah, that's right.
No, there are Chinese people in Singapore. He's not from China.
Yes, and a lot of Singaporeans in China.
Let him ask the question so that way we can get somewhere.
Yeah, the hungry ghost is here.
Go on. Ask my friend.
Yeah, do you think China should do more to help the people suffering in Gaza?
I think China should first save the Muslims in the war, and then come and put her nose in the Middle East.
I think China it won't take any help we can get, actually. If China is willing to step in. I do think, however, this is only my opinion, there's a non-zero chance, I don't know how large it is, that we may see some Chinese weaponry popping up in Gaza by Hamas. I think there's a chance for that, because it would make a statement. It would make a statement to the world.
So how would China drop off the weaponry to
I'm not. Listen, it's been 2 years now. I'm not. You can't convince me that there is not a tunnel running from Gaza to deep into Egypt. You can't convince me that there isn't. There's no way.
I don't think so.
It has to be.
I don't think so. Sisi
doesn't have to be a part of it, but there has to be some way, or else how are they manufacturing all these weapons after 2 years?
Yeah, and because how about the report that Sisi's people were you had to pay them off to bring trucks in. Did you hear about that one? Right, you heard about that one. So Right. So they're taking bribes for that. You think they're not taking bribes for the tunnels? They must be, right?
Either that, or Sisi may be working with it. Egypt has been, it's getting more and more aggressive. It's been building up its military.
Oh, me? I'm sorry.
We don't know. With Egypt's intentions, honestly, and Egypt is very good at deception, by the way. Look at the 73 war with Israel. They didn't see it coming. Egyptian intelligence is, one of the best. Definitely the best in the Middle East, but one of the best.
I feel so proud.
Worldwide.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. You know it's not true because they don't get up to anything, and they know everything. And they were able to foil a plot in Egypt of Israel trying to assassinate the negotiators in Egypt.
Why don't China fly to Yemen with the weapons and deliver to Yemen and then take from Yemen to Gaza?
Well, they've been helping Yemen. They've been giving Yemen the necessary
Edward, I'm sorry,
technology.
Edward, how is that going to happen? Even if you tried Even if you try to smuggle some weapons, right, through some ships.
No, tunnels.
I mean the ships to land on Sinai, in Rashash, or in any on Suez or anywhere. How are you gonna smuggle them inside of us? Do you know what is the situation inside of Sinai?
Yeah, it's pretty very chaotic, and then you have the Israeli military there.
No, it's not chaotic. It's full-fledged military. Like Sinai right now is a military base. You cannot just walk 2 meters without a checkpoint. Someone is asking you who are you and where are you going, and they
That's above ground,
check you out.
Now you asked a question about how would you get weapons, but we have to first say, okay, what kind of weapons are they going to be?
Small arm fire weapons, machine guns, and rocket launchers.
They have all that. They would need that. They would need bullets. What they would need is tank busters, like small little missiles. Now, how was it smuggled in before from Iran? They didn't smuggle the missiles or anything in, and this is how it's done. And it's how it's done with Yemen also from Iran. Hezbollah has done this. This is normal. You smuggle in the components and then you assemble everything, inside, And I'm saying,
Can they assemble in the tunnels?
If China wanted to make a statement right now, now probably would be a good time for them to come in.
China's not going to help Hamas, Edward. If China's going to help a country with the weaponry, it will be the Egyptian government.
No, we're not talking about billions of dollars here.
They're helping Yemen right now.
But we're not talking about billions of dollars. We're talking about small missiles, anything that would signify.
Why not China just attack Israel and just skip Hamas and just attack Israel directly?
Anybody, you can say that about Egypt, you can say that about Turkey, why don't
we don't want this war, guys, come on. Why would we want this war? Why would you ruin our...
Don't fly the drones to Gaza, just fly the drones into Israel.
Exactly. No, that's not going to happen.
I agree with you. He's right.
Okay, well listen, I'm not saying he's not wrong. I'm saying, it's not realistic. What's realistic, and the way China, generally, and you're from Singapore, I mean, you can tell me if you agree or not, but China is very subtle. It's very, wait, hold on.
This guy is Hokkien. He's not Mandarin Chinese.
Listen.
No, I speak Cantonese.
Wait, hold on, Zero, that's not the point. That's fine.
But you made a point because he's Chinese.
I didn't say he's Chinese. I said he's from Singapore, so he knows China.
No, I live in Singapore, but my family from Beijing.
We're going to say
Singapore,
something.
Hokkien does not like the Mandarin. They do not like Mandarin.
We're not doing Chinese politics. It's not relevant. What I'm saying here is.
But you say because he's Chinese.
Okay, forget it. He's not Chinese. Never mind. Never mind. He's not Chinese.
I am from China. My family from Beijing, but I live in Singapore.
Okay, it doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. What I'm saying is, if there was a opportunity for China to bolster its image in the world and do it, very subtly, which is the way China does things, it would be to have some minor weaponry showing up in Gaza being used by Hamas, and knowing that it is Chinese weaponry that's being used. I'm not talking about major missiles or anything. I'm talking about small, like tank busters, modified grenades.
Those are hypersonic grenade launcher.
Grenade launchers, yeah.
What do you say, hypersonic?
I said hypersonic.
Yeah, the missile must be hypersonic or you can't penetrate the heart on the belly of the tank.
No, that does not be hypersonic, but
Yasin 1. Yeah, but that's homegrown. They make that themselves.
They do, but
they need
Zero.
TNT for it.
What if
They use unexploded Israeli bombs.
Yes, they have probably 20 years. They have 20 years worth of that.
It's called return to sender. Yeah, they call it return to sender.
Yeah, return to sender. That's what they call the project. Because it was American, it was their bombs that were unexploded, and they used that to make the Yasin. But imagine Yasins that are maybe more capable, but but they're Chinese made, and they'll be obviously Chinese made. You know.
So would it be a scene? It would be Gazi.
Why not bring the weapons in from Doha in Qatar? Qatar, where the Palestinian negotiators recently were murdered in their building in Doha.
No, they didn't kill any.
Yeah,
they tried to.
Noah.
Yeah.
So, did you guys hear about the negotiations with the Syrian government?
Yeah, they're going pretty much good. You know, Ahmad al-Shara, ex-ISIS person, he's like our God, peace be upon him.
He's playing the game. You know, he's at least smart enough to play the game.
I mean, when I said wrong.
No, he wants a security barrier. He wants
to restore 1964 agreement.
I'm sorry, Edward, but he doesn't want to fight with Israel. He doesn't want
No, he doesn't. He wants to give Turkey time to rebuild Syrian defenses.
But Israel said it themselves. Al Qaeda has never been a threat to Israel. The Mossad said it. Sorry, Mossad said it themselves. Al Qaeda has never been a threat to Israel. They've never attacked Israel. The only time that Islamists actually attacked Israel is when they apologized for it. The only apology they've ever.
Yeah, when ISIS shoot a missile there by mistake and they went out and they were like, we are so sorry.
Yeah,
extremely apologize for like it was a mistake. I'm sorry. You can.
Noah, you don't have to fake an Arab accent. You have one.
I'm not faking.
You did. You're faking it.
I'm not
You already
faking
have
it.
one.
Okay, خلاص, I'm going to speak with my
Zip what?
I speak, guys.
Okay,
I speak. Yes. Let's see which speak is bigger.
Oh yeah. Let's do a Singapore guy.
Okay, but I'm sorry, Edward, but I don't think what you're saying is realistic. You know, I respect you. Why? Because we part of the smuggling even small weapons to Hamas throughout so-called.
I didn't say it was I said a non-zero, meaning it could be 1%. I don't know. This is only my opinion.
That 1%, I don't think it exists because.
How are you going to get it in?
Who was smuggling to Hamas? Did you see?
No one. We're saying, number one, I'm pretty sure there is a tunnel leading to Egypt. Because after 2 years, I can't imagine not being a tunnel. Like, you know. So I was saying now.
Doesn't Israel effectively control the Philadelphia corridor?
Yeah, but I'm talking about very deep
tunnels in Gaza, guys. Like just to know, it's inside. It comes from inside the mountains and the hills, and then it goes all the way to the ground.
Yeah, that still means they control it.
That doesn't mean. Hold on, no. Yeah, listen to me, you guys, right?
Control, that's fine.
So, it comes from there, and then the other side of the tunnel is not on the borders, no. And the beginning of the tunnel is not on the Philadelphia corridor. Actually, Netanyahu doesn't. He occupied Philadelphia corridor because because he just wants to get more land and wants to occupy it. But like it has nothing to do with the tunnels. Why? Because the beginning of the tunnel is far from the Philadelphia corridor, and the other side of the tunnel is inside the houses. Inside the houses of the people that are living in Gaza right now, right? So
in which city?
In Rafah, inside of Rafah, and there are some tunnels that goes to Khan Yunis, and I don't know about like Gaza.
You're talking about the entrances.
So basically, you're saying there's like a tunnel throughout like the whole of Gaza.
As far as the information that I know, I didn't know about Gaza, but Khan Yunis is like the maximum.
Khan Yunis is like in the middle of Gaza.
Yeah. No, it's in the south in Gaza. In the middle of Gaza is Dir al-Balah.
It's more south, but no, the tunnels are like spider webs and multi-layered throughout Gaza, and
I don't know, man. I think this tunnel stuff, I feel like it's a lot of bullshit.
I don't think it's that significant.
Absolutely bullshit, by the way. It's absolutely bullshit. They're in tunnels, right?
It's not easy to build a tunnel, man. Like,
It's a subject that is overblown. Overblown out of proportion, okay?
I have here
Yeah,
an
how
article
much?
from the Jerusalem Post,
How much
dated April
for a friend's
2025,
page?
and it says the IDF has only destroyed about a quarter of Hamas's
How
tunnels in
much
Gaza.
for
Hamas's tunnels is
friends?
different from Egypt.
Security,
That's
listen, goddammit, let me
How
talk.
much for
Fuck.
friends?
Security sources also
Daddy,
added that.
chill.
Shut up, dude. The security sources also added that a significant number of.
I think they can use the tunnels to assemble short-range rockets and assemble weapons to carry out surprise sneak attacks using the tunnels if they can still muster the ability to attack.
hang on. Brother Zero, hang on. He just called you daddy. Whoa. Daddy. Look, daddy.
Look, you have a Zionist on your stage, Mark Rice. Mark Rice running for Congress, and he is a strong Zionist, and he is running for Republican Congress. Hello, Mark Rice.
Hold on. The brother with from Singapore, please let Zero finish, and then you can go afterwards. We got to do one mic at a time. Go on Zero, finish, and then the brother with the Chinese lettering will go.
You're on mute, Zero.
I muted everybody, Zero. You can unmute and come off the mic. And
I apologize. There you go. Okay, so listen, I'm going to read it, and I'm going to post. I'll just read a very little bit about Egypt, and then I'm going to post the whole thing. It says security sources also added that a significant number of smuggling tunnels crossing from Egypt to the Gaza Strip are still intact. The Egypt-Gaza border remains a point of contention, with concerns over weapons smuggling resulting in Israel's refusal to withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor. So they're saying that the smuggling tunnels, it says, here's one guy, defense minister, guy Katz. I saw with my own eyes quite a few tunnels crossing into Egypt. Some were closed and several were open. This is what Katz said. The guy, Minister Israel Katz. So I'll go ahead and post it, but this is what they're saying in the Jerusalem Post, that the tunnels are still intact going from Egypt to Gaza. So that's all I wanted to do is read it to you. Go, guys.
Yeah, I was saying that I think the terror tunnels can be used to assemble weapons, and you have Mark Rice on your stage, who is a Zionist.
1 second, brother. I'll give you the mic. Just give me a second. Yoav Galad came out about 6 months ago or a year ago. He said we faked the tunnels. There were, the big tunnel picture, whatever. I don't know if you guys looked into it. Egypt. There was a fake to avoid, from doing the ceasefire or something. This was reported in the newspaper. I'll see if I can find the article. Brother, with the Chinese letter, you could go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think the Gaza Strip fighters can still work in the tunnels if a Chinese government can get weapons to Yemen, and then they can transport to Gaza or to Egypt. And I want you to know that there is a Zionist Republican congressional candidate on your stage by Mark Rice, and I think you should ask him what his position is on Gaza.
Why are you Chinese?
So,
The guy alone, man. I'm sitting
yeah.
here in Malaysia right now, man, but I'm fucking surrounded by everybody Chinese.
So you guys could also go with two things. One, we have videos of, that were on YouTube. I don't know if they're still there, but I think a lot of people have seen them, of Muhammad Sinwar, after Yahya Sinwar got
You're the
out of
kindest
prison
Zionist, John.
in the 2010s. They were driving a truck.
I'm prank
in the
calling
tunnels.
a clubhouse room
And
right
he's
now.
showing them the tunnels, the new systems that they've added in the tunnel system. And they were driving a truck, and you could, drive two trucks, one going, it's like it was a road.
I'm listening to a clubhouse room right now, and they think I'm from China.
There was at least one video that was leaked there. Now, if you put into GPT or Claude, whatever you use for AI, the current technology that we have
Yeah, they can use AI to figure out smuggling route for the weapons.
Let me just finish. The technology that we have, we could only penetrate the ground like 20 or 30 meters or something like this. And the Hamas would have known what the state of the current detection technology would be. So they would build most of their tunnels deeper than that, and they can because of the soil composition. It's sandy, it's very uniform, and so it would. And to reinforce the tunnels, you would need cement, and
I can't for
it would look like rock from the surface because it would be a very blurry image. So you have that, and then now you have the destruction of Gaza, all that metal, all the cement, everything. It makes it impossible to see under in the ground unless you're clearing areas like the roads or whatever. But otherwise, it's nearly impossible to see or it is impossible to see what tunnels are, even if they're close to the surface. But you can put this in GPT. I mean, that's what I did. That's why I learned about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that as I see the tragedy happening, I can't understand why the Chinese government isn't spending more time and money to bring peace to the Middle East, and if that means giving more weapons to the fighters in Gaza, then do it. Find out how.
No one disagrees with me. I think we'll see something made in China popping up in Gaza.
They used the cornet.
But I think that's Russian, isn't it? I think that's Russian.
No, but it's been modified by the Chinese like over 10 years ago. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the problem with
what do you call cornet?
They use it once in a while. Yeah, once in a while.
Yeah, you can't really use them because Gaza's so small. It's hard to use them. Well, no, but you also need them to take off, and you need
I'm pranking them.
tanks to be
They know who I am,
you.
but they don't know who I am under this profile. They think I'm from China.
It's so congested. We forget how.
But they blocked me out of the room because they don't want me recording them discussing terrorist promotion.
And dropping it right in the hatch, like they just did. It just killed 4 soldiers.
It's a live stream audio.
But, I mean,
it's in Clubhouse.
Like the howitzer, like artillery.
It's an app called Clubhouse. This house is called Amir's Room. It's called Israel on Trial. Sanders drops the G word. It's hosted by a terrorist promoter called Amir and Edward. Edward lives in Dearborn, Michigan. Amir lives in California.
It's adaptable.
They've been reported to the FBI multiple times.
Again, you have to carry them around.
I don't think so. Stealth?
Would you ever be interested in having a conversation with this? There's usually
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, I heard what you were saying about the tunnels. I still think it's bullshit. In order to dig that deep,
Yeah, I mean, I join every space I can. I'm not, I can debate the worst and most horrific anti-Semitic, Jew-hating scumbags I've ever heard of in my life. There are some truly deranged people out there.
It's not a rocky coastline, so if you dig too deep, you reach water. And in order to get water out of tunnels, that's very complex.
I live in Chicago, but I'm running a
And I
marathon.
doubt they have the skills or the equipment necessary.
No.
It's just that though. They have that. They have.
It's crazy what's been going on there over the last couple of years. I have never seen more Muslims in one place in Illinois than when I go there, and I feel like a minority here. It's really weird. But I thought a lot of this stuff though. I don't know. I think shit. It's not just Dearborn. We had some bad stuff all over the place, but it's nice that people are finally willing to talk about these issues now.
Oh, I mean, since Obama, since 2008, I mean, Muslim immigration and Muslim visas and refugee status exploded. I don't know what the true number is, but I would say it's like easily 1 million people. Uh, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the true numbers are. I don't know if anybody does, but I can go to my local park and there's fully clad burqa women with multiple children running every single time, and it's like that all of a sudden. There's just all these little Islamic pockets all around the country, and well, you can thank the fucking Democrats. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I really hope there's a possibility for Chicago to flip red in my lifetime because the rest of the state will be fine. Like the suburbs, we're fine. Chicago just needs to get their shit together because this is starting to pour over and it's getting insane.
Well, everything is we live in a clown world where there's 60 million completely brainwashed liberal, socialist, Democrat, Marxist, communists who are so radicalized that there's no ability to actually commune with them unless they're willing to join you in a book club. So all I can say is, be courageous and have bravery.
I mean, yeah, I've been trying to do this. I really wasn't involved in any of this stuff until October 7th. I was just living a normal life. And then after that, it's just everything on the internet. So I had to learn about all this shit. And then once I learned about this shit, I looked around like the state of Illinois and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why is no one saying anything?
Well, it's like a mind virus or a Tourette syndrome. That's why I say if people aren't willing to join you in a book club, then they're just insane psychopaths on the index and politically completely, antisocial. Timmy, welcome to the room.
What's up, John and John? I'm thinking, I'm gonna show my age, but I feel like this is kind of like, hey, my name's Larry, this is my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. Any of you get that one, or did I show how old I am?
What movie? Is that a movie?
It's a Bob Newhart show back when we were really young, or maybe not born. I'm 43. They had these local towny handyman that were just completely fucking useless. But the guy would always introduce myself. Hi, my name is Larry. It's my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. And in Illinois, we're not seen by Democrats that credibly.
Yeah, this Republican, Democrat, conservative, libertarian cultural divide has always been there, but now, the amazing thing about social audio is from like an observational psychological perspective or even just like studying psychopaths or sociopaths, but then also how people try to get back to the center and try to maintain their peace and calm after making homicidal ideation and death cheers with
Oh, you mean that never? Why we gotta talk about 5 minutes ago? That's not the person I am anymore. You get those types of responses from shit they've done even like 6 years ago or 3 years ago, let alone the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Yeah, nothing's new under the sun, and everything that has been said has already been said. So, I record everything I do on social audio. Like, I have over 25,000 YouTube videos of Clubhouse rooms, which is a lot of African Americans discussing political topics. And the most psychopathic, happen to be gay black men. They seem to be the most dangerous in their rhetoric and, literally homicidal ideation all the way, extreme violence, insane communication. So I'm just saying that. Yeah, I'm just saying that if you go back and you look at the record, people, in terms of like Capitol surveillance and making recordings of people, this whole Charlie's Murders website and the tens of thousands of individuals who have been identified as being homicidal sociopaths or psychopaths. It's we live in a glorious age because for every action there is an opposite and equal reaction, and sometimes intelligent people who know how to build databases manage to gobble up a lot of data that can be very consequential for the people involved.
Sounds like, what if someone had a list of all the billionaires' private investment offices and their banks and So I'll give you a quick background just on me. I'm a longtime Chicagoan, spent 20 years raging hedge funds. Pritzkers have been clients of mine. And Dad was a Chicago cop, lived in California for 8 years, worked for some of the families behind UFC, and learned that the rich donate to both sides and they donate early, so that it's not a bribe, and hence the uniparty I think is real. And I want to be a part of disrupting Illinois as much as I can. I'm purposely moving to Crown Point, Indiana, to get out of the kind of target that I'm kind of doing, because I am going after political officials, and I'm trying to go with their financials. But I'm also trying to just give the men of Payless Heights their balls back. That's the other goal.
Yeah, it's fun to play the game of being the leader. But you know, there's just oof. I don't know. I think just so many people are so hardcore brainwashed that getting through or changing people is an impossibility. So social media is the way, but you know, censorship is real. Deplatforming is real. I have had many YouTube accounts, and X accounts, and Instagram accounts that have been deleted just because I'm posting things that I happen to screenshot. So it's the thought police we live in. I'm against fascism. I'm against communism. I'm against Democrats. I believe in, you know, a republican form of government, which our Constitution gives us. So a lot of people post photos of the Constitution. I actually like to record myself reading it and then re-listening to it and contemplating it. And a lot of people are just here for the dopamine, and they're really ineffective leaders. But the whole thing comes down to borrowing and spending. And the government has this amazing wand that it can just keep rotating and circulating. And really, our entire government's budget is nothing more than a letter that says, we agree to continue funding the government. Sign here, everybody. That's it. It's just all basically done, you know, on a note. So it's up to us, I think, patriots, to essentially be forensic accountants. And I've been using Grok a lot to examine HR acts and identify the specific corporations tied to those acts and the dollar amounts and the communication coming out of the people that work at those organizations or in our government. And there's just a lot of, you know, private events that happen that the public doesn't know about, or who's there or why they're there. And but nonetheless, you know, the longer you speak, the quicker you become a hypocrite. So thank you for being here. I'm candidate John. I'm running the 16th district against Darren LaHood, a debt super creator who's been in office 10 years. That's over $20 trillion in debt that he's voted on from deficits and HR acts. So I'm just here to play my role and hopefully get on the March 17th ballot.
So I'm a debt guy, and I can maybe help you even more with some of the debt they took out. Meaning, as far as following the money, where it came from. I've had a thorn up my ass about Penny Pritzker and her role in the great financial crisis, connecting her to Mayor Daley's brother Bill, who was vice chairman of Chase Bank, which loosened all the lending standards for mortgage-backed securities. And Penny Pritzker crashed Superior Bank. She kind of started subprime mortgages. She lost a shit ton of money for Harvard. And then she also got into the Obama administration, part of the Rebuild Ukraine. And there's a big fight right now that no one's paying attention to with Bill Pulte, Scott Bessent, and the Fannie Freddie Federal Reserve. And all that shit comes back to Chicago, University of Chicago, and the Pritzker family. So I might be able to connect some dots to the local level up to some of the higher money if you ever want to go down those rabbit holes.
Yeah, I mean, let's do it right now because, you know, Penny Pritzker, the Pritzkers, their billions, their manipulation, their lies. They buy the spectrum, buy the medium. I used to work at Google. Pritzker dominates the election cycle by buying every available fucking ad space there is. So he's got real powerful money and mind control capabilities. So yeah, I mean, post anything you can. I will repost it. If you want to do a space dedicated to Pritzker, we can do that. Create the room, or I'll create it, and let's continue exposing the Illinois political industrial complex, because I really do believe that platforms like this and doing real organizing and intelligent usage of our time and our words is capable. We can do this as a higher level intelligence together on platforms like this. So there's opportunity here to manifest real change in the real world.
I just posted in the link to one of the Grok articles. It'd be helpful maybe if you and John could read through it and then kind of just tell me what do I need to do to translate it to layman's terms about like why a person could be concerned. Because a lot of my family thinks I'm fucking crazy at times when I start talking about some of the people that I've come across and my bosses have done business with. But I wanna do that bread train right there. So I've done a lot of background on this already, and I've been helping Flip Chicago Red also, trying to report these people for mortgage fraud. I reported Stacey Davis Gates 2 weeks ago for reporting just sketchy shit she did with her South Bend property. And I want to arm people with just reporting everyone for mortgage fraud, because all of them think that the local politicians have been investigated for mortgage fraud, and they haven't been yet. All they did was complain about it. They didn't report it to the FBI.
I will definitely read through it whenever I get a chance here, and I will give you any notes I can think about for it.
Perfect. And it'll be, anything. It's not exactly a sit right now and read type of read, but it's a lot of meat there. And that connects all the way to Jeffrey Epstein, by the way.
Yeah. You know what? See, what upsets me about people who only attack Israel is that there's 100 other countries on our list of State Department beneficiaries that we shouldn't be giving a penny to. But if I was to give $1 in international expenditure, it would go to Israel. In my opinion, I mean, that would be my number 2 choice in the world. Maybe Canada, because they're our neighbor. We should be best friends with our neighbor. But I'm not anti-Israel. I do, support Israel and in their fight, to end terrorism in their lives. So,
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you just gotta remember, there are a lot of Jews don't like when you say it, but there are more Jews who live in America than in Israel. And amongst all countries in the world, Israel, as small as it is in the top 5 for the amount of American citizens living within the country. So, I don't know, it's weird that these people try to separate these 2 countries.
You gotta bring it back to the money always, because the problem I find, I'm Catholic, and I watch people get into it all the time, and I almost get accused of being anti-Semitic at times. It's the rich global elites, period. The first thing people are taught when they get their big chunk of money is wealth preservation. First thing they do when they get a business and it's going well, they focus on wealth preservation. Black, white, Irish, Jewish, Catholic, Christian, Muslim, anything, it's all the same. And we're in a fight really with London international banks, and they're choosing all sorts of other weapons like Islam, liberals, things like that to divide us. But at the end of the day, it's all really international finance. And the global elites have gotten their kids into politics. It's like back in the times of the Roman era, you put one in the sword and one in the cloth. Well, you put one in government and you put one in business, or you put one in government and one in healthcare. And people like the Pritzker sprinkled a lot of money to a lot of Jewish foundations, which then I see that as like a terrorist approach. I see that as no better than the Hezbollah terrorists hiding amongst the villagers. They're trying to attach themselves to innocent people that the Christian community have a bond with. We gotta separate the money and just treat the people by the money, because money doesn't lie.
Well,
the people seeking it do.
I guess my question to you would be: what is your strategy? What are your goals?
So my strategy, honestly, honestly, my strategies or my goals are to get my friends back. That's my goals. So I've been attacking mental health, poking holes in the science, and I've been uncovering all of the data Republican money flows that people I know work at NGOs. So I've been waking some people up with that. I've been trying to raise awareness at the local school district meetings, getting parents, guilting them into showing up to the school board meetings. Like, I was part of getting 300 people to show up at the Orland Park School District like 2 months ago when they had a black gay prosecutor or assistant principal coming up for, he had an Instagram post saying, it's hard not to look this cunty or something like that. And I was able to get people up in arms. Honestly, I just want to try to help fill holes. I know a lot of money stuff. I know a lot of the stories behind the scenes that nobody knows with the Chicago families just because they co-invest in private equity and hedge funds together, but they may not be holding arms on the stage. Honestly, I want to just raise awareness of the Aspen Institute and its involvement in Chicago schools. That's my end goal.
So the Department of Education spends $250 billion a year at the federal level, but because of all these property taxes in this country, we collect over $1.1 trillion a year in taxes that fund our educations in our cities and our states. It's an insane number. It's the same amount that we actually pay now on the national debt, which is over $1 trillion a year, which is the same as the NDAA or the Department of War. So I'm all about accounting and forensic analysis because if we keep borrowing 2.1 trillion a year past the 5 trillion a year we're collecting in taxes, this is a runaway money train, and it's a race to the bottom. We're digging a hole, and that's the messaging I hope to bring in the education. And USDebtClock.org has it perfectly tabulated. Thomas Massey has it on an API on a Wi-Fi pin lapel that he created because he's an electrical engineer. So we need the smartest ideas, the most compressed communication of intelligences, and hopefully the time won't be wasted. But a lot of this is reputation building for political campaigning, and I've been recording Clubhouse for 5 years, listening into what Democrats say, how they say it, and exposing them. And really, not really exposing them because I'm not doxing them, but they know that they have been inserted into YouTube. They've recently filed privacy complaints against me, and YouTube takes my videos down. And these are people who are celebrating murder, chaos, anarchy. And I don't support that, but I support citizens being aware that we're entering, we always have lived in a dangerous environment. I've taken the train downtown to Chicago hundreds of times, and I can assure you, I've, nearly been murdered, and lots of people die on the trains in Chicago. So it's a dangerous working world. We all know it. And I'm just praying for everybody's peace and health and wealth and love and, prosperity and abundance, because it's terrifying to think that you won't have abundance because we're completely broke and we're completely in debt. But the truth is, all debt, it gets negotiated. Nobody wants to kill each other over debt. So I'm not really terribly worried about our national debt. I'm using it more as a political tool to try to wake people up to the wasteful spending, the ridiculous spending, the irrational spending. And we need a balanced budget act in this country. So if I get into Congress, the two first pieces of legislation that I will publish and propose is a balanced budget act, as well as defunding the big beautiful bill. And the amazing thing about Grok is it even creates the HR Act name for you. So automated legislation is here.
So I love that idea, and I'm 100% in agreement with you on it. Dangers as well that have come in, the spending. The debt is part of a strategy to break the American dollar and then to pull us into the EU's currency. George Soros has done that countless times in other countries. The Pritzkers were part of 1991 color revolution to try to overthrow the Hungarian government and remove their super veto powers. So the debt is a is really scary, but it's something that you can't talk to people about because it's too big for them to comprehend. And then the other part is like all the spending. Do you find problems where your voters are actually profiting off of it? They'll say MAGA, but they're getting NGO money left and right as well. One of the things I'd like to advocate for everybody to do is a transparency agreement where you sign to 100% transparency on your movements, who you meet with, and your monies, and then other people will be forced to follow. My thought process around that is that only Jesus was born without sin, so let's take the apple out of the garden. And if people have radical transparency, you're going to be wrong. You're human. But I will toe the line and support you if I can understand the methodology of your mistake.
Well, I'm past the point of asking questions because really, I mean, I've been following, ever since Elon has purchased X, it's been an incredible amount of information that comes through, and blotting out the darkness of MSNBC and CNN and Fox News, really claiming your time and becoming subject matter experts on the major problems in America because it's just so vast and unfathomable that Jasmine Crockett, that Rashida Tlaib, that Ilhan Omar, who committed fraud, can't be arrested. Untouchables. I cannot believe if Donald Trump and the FBI doesn't start making significant arrests in the political sphere amongst popular Democrats who are worthy of being charged and arrested. I have a lot of faith in Pam Bondi, but it's rapidly fading. If she can't give a good public presentation and a good speech and it sounds so long and drawn out and pointless and nothing intelligent is coming out of your mouth, maybe that's the kind of lapdog Donald Trump needs and wants. But as the Americans, I think we have to expect more from the head of the DOJ. And I would hope that maybe Trump might consider putting Stephen Miller in there and making Pam his assistant. Something to that extent.
I actually lost faith in her. And I'm in agreement with we need stuff to start happening again. Stephen Miller is perfect for that. You need to be bulletproof in that job.
Agreed. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, you can. This is Candidate John. Welcome to the room. Invite people to the room. Share the link. Copy paste it in your text messages. These are real people having real conversations.
I agree. And we all need to say, Hail Hitler.
Well, you may worship the devil and Satan in your life, sir, but I pray for your peace. I pray for your joy.
Nigger.
You may have Tourette's. You can see a doctor possibly about this. Maybe if you have Medicare, Medicaid, you can get pills to help you with your vocabulary. You might try reading a book. Reading a book could be a good idea for you, sir.
See that? I wish you were raised by a strong man. I really wish you were. I feel bad for your dad being a weak man that taught you to troll people. It's sad that you have to do that and you're convinced of that, but it's okay. It's okay. Some people have weak dads, and weak dads don't raise strong men. They get raised by liberal women. And what liberal women do is they just don't know how to just stay in touch with reality. They're all about sound bites, click bites, and menstrual cycles. So maybe if you want to just put a pad in your mouth, you can sit around and maybe learn something.
Well, it's a roast show, I think, whether you're on X or on a different platform. I enjoy roasting people, and I myself enjoy being roasted because self-deprecation is intelligence, because it's humbling. And the fact that, people have got sound effects and words that they like to chant that they think makes them feel good and gives them dopamine, it's not intelligent. And, I hate to say this sounds like public access television now because I'm the kind of guy who likes to prank call public access television and make fun of a very generic, corny host. I think the roast show is funny. That's why people like the Johnny Carson show. And that's why you're in Candidate John's X account right now.
kind of hear what you need right now, I guess. You need signatures. What else do you need? Like what type of grassroots stuff can we do to help you? The other thing that I'm curious about too is I would love to hear if you've got 5 years of Clubhouse recordings and conversations, what type of systems, what type of processes, what type of repeat bad actors do you see? Because like one of the things I was just kind of thinking in my mind as you're saying 5 years, I'm like, oh, you must have seen lots of hand gestures, brand new teeth, and thick black framed glasses. That seems like, you know, the liberal starter kit whenever I see the press conferences. But yeah, would just love to see kind of some of the systems that you've seen or the repeat things that they're using against you.
Yeah, I have been relentlessly recording, and I've had 30 Clubhouse, 40 Clubhouse accounts over the past 5 years get deleted by Clubhouse. I've had at least probably 5 to 10 YouTube accounts get clipped, dozens of Instagram accounts get clipped, but I just keep recording these people because I'll go into the room and I'll say something or I'll put something in the chat, and I'm raising their herd awareness in a way that they know that people are recording and publishing them. They think they have presence, but the post analysis will show and proof is in the pudding. When you watch these videos of people having conversations, they're completely wasting their time. Nothing intelligent is being said. It's a struggle session. It's a TDS struggle session, or it's an Israel struggle session. Or it's a narcissistic, egotistical glorification of themselves. I mean, but nothing is new under the sun. Everything that has been said has already been said, but in some other psychotic way or with regards to some other stupid category. So, proof is in the pudding, and our ground game is very strong right now. We're crushing it in signatures. We're at 530, probably will be at 700 by Sunday. So I think we can get to 1,000 signatures plus, and we will present the Illinois Election Commission with a thick stack of petitions signed by real people in Rockford, real people in Bloomington, real people in Peoria, unlike the Republican GOP, who will print out their petitions and probably just copy people's signatures because they don't actually do any real work to get these signatures. They may go and have it circulated and get the real signatures. But the point is they will challenge every single signature that I present to the Election Commission, and they will make me, the candidate, go into their own database and search out that signature of that voter and defend their challenges. And there's multiple challenges for every signature. And it's me, one person who at the Election Commission has to pull out a laptop or my cell phone and do the searches real time as they put it on the big screen TV. It's an absolutely ridiculous process to get on the ballot. It is overly complicated, overly burdensome. It is ballot access tyranny and traitorship. And the people that have challenged me in the past, it wouldn't surprise me if they were dick-sucking faggot pedophiles, and I'd be happy to say that to who I'm thinking of. But they are some of the most crooked faggots I've ever met in my life. And now I'm not saying I care about how a person has an orgasm or makes an orgasm with somebody. That's how somebody wants to do it in their private lives. But I am telling you that some of the people that I've had to deal with in Chicago politics who have challenged me personally, made me sit there for 6 to 7 to 8 hours, are 100% dick-sucking, anal-ramming faggots, and I hope I get to see their faggot faces again as I get onto the March ballot. And I hope, I'm not going to say who it is, but those are my thoughts for the day, John.
I don't disagree. I joke around. I'm a liberal's worst enemy. I'm one of 5 kids. My dad worked for the city. I got into the hedge fund business. I have 2 siblings that are gay. One is a gay guy, has the mind virus, living in Boston, and my sister lives in Omaha, and she's common sense. And I use that word like I did in the 80s and 90s, and I continue. And I say it the same way I meant it back then, so I'm not offended by it. Yeah, It's, what about on the election, is there anything, if we've got a little bit of a larger, footprint, that we could get, what's the word, maybe awareness to some of that election fraud? Can we get eyes on that maybe, if you know some of those things?
I've published it all. I have all the court documents. They took me to court twice. Stella Richards, the 45th Ward committee woman, never showed up to court. They sent some scumbag greaseball attorney and his scumball greaseball son who intimidated me and threatened me and insulted me. I recorded it all. I filmed them. I took photos of them. I published it all. You know, I don't have much of an audience. I can regurgitate the posts. You can read over all the legal documents. You can read over all my legal responses and motions. But at the end of the day, all that matters now is getting as many signatures as humanly possible to present the Illinois Election Commission for the 16th District against Aaron LaHood. And we are getting there. Obviously, more money would be great because then I could hire more people in Peoria and hire more people in Bloomington and have one person every day trying to get 100 signatures. I mean, getting on this ballot and getting through the challenges is a monumental task. Even if we got 2,000 signatures, there's still a chance that they'll be able to object to and reject signatures at scale. So we don't know how the results of all this signature gathering will ever turn out until the actual challenge, and they put it up on that big screen TV, and some woman says, "Signature number one, do you accept your challenge?" You know, it goes one by one by one. It is the craziest, most obscenely obnoxious process I've ever gone through in my life, because it's not automated. And you, the candidate.
Quick question. Did you guys see Marjorie Taylor Greene join for like 30 seconds?
It could be a fake one. It could be a real one.
Yeah, it's not the real one. Are you sure? Because it said she was following me.
Well, it's possible she jumped in.
Alright. Sorry, I didn't know if you knew her or not. That's why I was asking. It seemed...
Well, I'm surprised you guys even joined. I mean, I've been creating X Spaces forever, and no one ever joins. No one ever looks at it because the discovery function isn't there. If you don't follow somebody, you're never going to see their room. It's terrible.
I would really like it if you joined Stealth Space, though. I think it'd be really beneficial for you.
I agree. It'll seem like it's like a ADD session, and it is. It's hard at times to get certain topics, but I've connected with some insane people that have just followed me and then messaged me off of comments in there. So she's got an audience.
Well, you know, I have had it out with some of the people on this app because they've transferred from Clubhouse to here, like Maven, I think her name is, or the former Goldman Sachs employee now retired.
They had a falling out with
Hazel Mays.
They're on opposite ends of the table.
You know, that Diligent Citizen, when he does his whole Grok AI thing, it's like, and then also the way he can talk to people is so off-putting that he's hard to even listen to. But I did hear him at the Thomas Massey Epstein victim statement outside on the congressional steps, and I hear Diligent Citizen's voice asking Thomas Massey a question like a journalist. I was like, holy shit, this guy actually traveled there, and you know, it's that big of a thing, and he's building brands off of it. He's got other accounts that are in the rooms that are branded, and like he's in the publishing business. So whether this platform can one day become a sustainable source of income, I very much doubt it, because some of the biggest people are only making $60,000 a year. You know, like that Dom Luker. So
it takes so much time to. You have to put so much money into it and the time into it, and
I was gonna tell Stealth the only way you're really gonna make it worth it is if you start doing like ad reads and sponsorships on it.
They don't format it. You got to create a template that things are repeatable and you're able to kind of do the clear order, not swirl. And I agree with you on that. It's tough. I'm not looking to make money. It's actually costing me money because now I can't raise assets from a lot of the families I used to, but I don't want their money. So I've gone 100% public with it. But like, I didn't know anything about the Denizen guy. Like, I literally actually thought he was a good guy 2 days ago. I was in a space. It's so I know no context. He just let me
Oh, I follow a lot of these people. I know all the shitty people on this app.
I'll take your word for it. What I'm getting at is just simply I was able to talk for 30 minutes about Epstein and Penny Pritzker with the Grok app, so it was productive. But it was only productive from that aspect. I knew nothing else about any of the other background, nor do I care to get in any of the drama either with the stuff. Yeah, you're right. You're right on it because he's got to do a whole bunch of other crazy random shit. You can't just do the cause and make money.
Yeah, I mean, it's a radio show that you have to produce and create. I mean, most people, imagine if you had to produce a 2-hour show or a 2-hour theater production. It's a lot of energy and a lot of work. I mean, I was a theater actor in the 7th grade. I played FDR. I mean, it's a lot of training and work and then all the state. What I'm saying is this becomes like a theater production, or political theater, and there's just so much signal and friction on the channel or on the noise that it's like to listen to it is like scrambling your brains because so much of it is so stupid.
And the other thing is that, depending on who you're talking to, there's micro and macro views. And that's why I always try to focus on the money, because the money always connects to the macro view, and we don't realize we're fighting the same enemies in the western suburbs and in the city. The Chicago Teachers Union is tag teamed with whatever unions are out in the western burbs. Or we've got white people thinking black people and Mexicans are taking their rights or their jobs when they're not. It's the illegals, and then they're creating these complex processes or policies. That actually would be awesome. Actually, it would be awesome if we did laws, policies, and procedures, and we started educating people on what's the difference between a policy and a law, because so many people follow illegal policies.
I just want the roads and the tollway system to be done properly.
But that's money laundering right off the bat. The roads, they can just simply pave over the roads for a fraction of the cost every year before doing major construction. And they're able to launder money paying inflated values for cement, paying inflated values for this, that. There was I think it was called K-12. It was a road paving company in Illinois. The guy got sentenced to jail for like 9 months because he's been stealing 3 inches off of our roads for 15 years. And then he got the job right after he got out of jail. He got the contracts again.
Yeah, I mean, priorities have to be set, and what's amazing about Grok is that, I told you that I'd like to put forth legislation to defund the big, beautiful bill, but I started just by individually defunding corporations. So I'm a former Google contractor, and I can tell you that it's amazing what you can do with Grok. You can defund Google, you can defund Apple, you can defund Pfizer and have Grok AI write the HR Act for you and even label it and brand it and market it and create 10 bullet points for you. So our legislation can be fully automated to reverse what we're doing. And the basis of any real economy is not borrowing and spending and giving we the people taxes. So that's what's happening. And I am a tax, advocate for lowering our income taxes, lowering our property taxes, lowering our public debt, lowering our personal private debts. Debt forgiveness. If they're going to do some kind of jubilee, let's just do it now. Let's stop kicking the can down the road. Amnesty for all. That's what I say. Liberty and freedom for all. And, let's restore this liberty back to we the people. We have to figure out a way to gift ourselves and reverse the course, even if it's linguistically, in my opinion.
So I've been talking to a guy that's kind of interesting. He's a linguist, he was a music teacher, and he wants to try to set up organizations where we have a constitutional lawyer in every state or every city. And he'd be maybe a pretty interesting person for you to connect with also. He wants to bring the arts back into schools. He wants people to start learning Latin and the Constitution again. And it seems like all the basic fundamentals that they erased from the children. And that's why we got zombies, is because they weren't brought up on the basic fundamentals to give them critical thinking.
Yeah, I thought about creating some kind of website where you would pay people $1 a minute to read the Constitution and record themselves doing it and then submit their upload to get their dollar. But to a way to financially reimburse people to publicly read the Constitution out loud and record themselves doing it in a database and identify themselves and create a profile. I'm a Constitution reader. I've read the Constitution front to back. I contemplate it, I think about it, and I compare and contrast it to the situation now. And then you come to the conclusion. How is all of this even permissible under U.S. law? None of it is. A lot of these agencies shouldn't exist, and they're just going to keep getting funded. So I think from the basis of our charter, our constitution, our law, I've used Grok to do extracts from the Declaration and from the Constitution to pull out the 10 most important points of both of those documents. So having that type of communication and conversation daily is extremely important. You could call it a prayer session, you could call it a meditation session, but you're using the law to communicate, to create the content, and hopefully it's for contentment, because the higher the IQ, the higher the intelligence, the greater the opportunities are in creating real solutions now.
Hey, Elder John, maybe you want to give a little bit of an intro to candidate John? I see a couple of faces that I already see, and other faces that might not be aware of them, or you tell me if they are.
I wouldn't be able to give a good enough introduction to him. I'll be honest, I just kind of randomly came across his profile, and he seemed like a regular candidate from my state who didn't hate Israel and had some pretty normal takes. So I started joining his space, and I saw like no one was really here. At first I thought he was a bot. I didn't even know what he was doing. And then I joined the space and he was listening to some stream, but then he talked and I was like, oh, okay. But the more I've heard from him, the more I'm kind of like, I want him to get on the stealth space and get his name out there, because my state is headed for a terrible direction unless it flips red at this point.
John, have you talked to any of the people from Flip Chicago Red?
No, again, I don't really get too involved with politics. I know a lot about what's going on. I know more than my friends do. I know more than the average person, but I don't really get involved in any of this stuff, because realistically, they're all crazy. I feel they're all corrupt, and generally, I feel 90% of politicians shouldn't have a job anyways.
Well, you're paying taxes to fund and support the entire political industrial complex. The budget of the election commission is huge. But it's really their acts and their borrowing and their spending. Like, Timmy here knows a lot about lenders. Bank of America is the #1 lender in the state of Illinois. So if you really want to know who your local politician is talking to, they're talking to their bankers who handle governmental accounts. So asset management is a huge industry. Your average financial advisor is making $200,000 a year, and the biggest asset managers are making $1 billion a year. So it's a big club. You ain't it.
I am, minus the billions. That's the problem. Yeah, you're spot on the asset management is it's the secret beast, and that's what's also handling all these NGOs, and that's what has them spending our own money on everything. Candidate John, are you familiar with the Flip Chicago Red? Could I make intros to any of them? Because that might be a great resource for you, and they've got a good following in the black community on the south side of Chicago.
Yeah, I repost their stuff. I've never messaged them directly, and I love what they're doing. But, getting in touch with them could be difficult because they do have so many followers. But
that's me. That's my picture right there with Danielle Carter on my profile pic. I can.
Hey, Howard!
Wait, is that like the guy Mark Carter as well on here?
Is he an ex-Chicago cop? I've never met Danielle's husband. He just recently retired.
There's this guy called Mark Carter. He's like all about Flip Chicago Red, but I don't know.
It's probably more than a coincidence, I'm guessing. Danielle's going to be running for mayor.
I really want these people to also speak with Reverend Swami because these people believe a ton of this insane shit on the internet where they're being like told all this bullshit by Black Hebrew Israelites and other people. So I don't really know what to do about any of that at this point.
We just gotta stick our hands out and bridge the gaps in the communities that people told us are our enemies when they're really our friends. They're awesome. They're just looking for support as well, but they got out. They were fighting every one of those drag queen library lunches all over the place in Beverly, and I was shaming my friends. I go, how come you got black people that you try to live far away from that are defending your kids in the public libraries? Shame on you.
Yeah, I took out a state senator, Natalie Toro, I think her last name is, but she was going to drag story hour library sessions and promoting them and cutting cake with them. And, she went from being a teacher to being a state senator because she's a pretty girl and she knew the right guy and she got appointed the position. She didn't even run. There is real cronyism, but it's really Democrat industrial complex. Tony Preckwinkle and the budget of Cook County is absurd. I think it's like $8 billion, $9 billion annually. It's so much money. And these crooks have been in charge of it for 20, 30 years. And it's going to get flipped. It's only going to take a feather to do it. I'm 100% convinced that eventually the Democrat industrial complex will eventually get flipped. And it's going to cause major chaos, really, for the Chicago Teachers Union. But you're in asset management. I mean, how much are we borrowing right now to pay out on pensions?
I'm not even sure, honestly, because it's been such a... They played so many games with the debt and kicking the can over. I mean, I just read about an $11 billion shortcoming from police and fire, if I read it correctly, with a $300 million payment that they're not able to make. That's just two unions.
I know Pritzker and Johnson are both claiming, we didn't know. How are you sticking me with the bill now? And Pritzker's like, I don't know. Like, it's the dumbest blame game and lack of responsibility, lack of leadership, lack of financial communication. They are the biggest clowns in the fucking world.
Well, nobody also goes one level deeper on the economic interest. You know how everyone has to disclose their investments? Pritzker just labels the name of the fund he's in. It doesn't name the assets that are in the fund. And I guarantee you, if they had disclosed the assets, there's going to be a ton of conflicts of interest. You know, what's in BlackRock SPV 14? It doesn't tell us anything about what he really invested in. And it's right there on the website. We just need to take time and go line by line.
So did you see Oracle's buying TikTok?
No, that's interesting. I was wondering why they've been keeping it open for so long, and that's got to be the only reason so that they can backtrack all the terrorist cells and stuff like that, because that should have been shut down.
Well, that's the thing is if Larry Ellison, I think his name is, the richest guy in the world, and I think he just surpassed Elon after their recent stock pop, and if he buys that app and he removes the dopamine drip, and tries to establish some type of, new content of some sort or modify the algorithm, he's going to crush his revenue. And, you can't really call that patriotic, in my opinion. I mean, to allow the most toxic people in the world to publish there and censor other individuals who put up anything about the vaccine. I mean, what kind of censorship is going to be taking place at the new tick?
and if you think about it, it's a little concerning from Larry Ellison too, who owns a shit ton of land in Hawaii. His son is buying Paramount, CBS, everything. So like, he's about to take over a really big chunk of the media beyond TikTok. But maybe they make TikTok a DARPA product as well.
I think that they're spending way too much money on content, and I think it's going to backfire because look at this platform, look at Clubhouse, look at YouTube. YouTube's doing $50 billion a year in revenue now. I used to work there, and I would audit advertisements and where they were being placed with all their creators and trying to reduce, any kind of brand harm that might come as a result. And it was that month that they deplatformed Alex Jones. And when they fired me, they said, "Do you know why you were being terminated?" I said, "I have no idea why. I thought I was doing a great job." They said, "Did you look up Alex Jones at work?" I was like, holy shit, you guys are firing me for looking at Alex Jones on YouTube? And then some girl with a BLM t-shirt walked me out and waved me goodbye. I was like, is this reality right now? I was like, I can't believe what's just happened. So anyways, the boogeyman is real, and in my opinion, it's the liberal mind virus, and it's permeated everywhere, and there's over 60 million Americans completely brainwashed by it.
Oh yeah, and throw the mental health pills and SSRIs on top of the brainwashing. Because I don't even know what the numbers are. I bet you were at 1 out of every 5, maybe 1 out of every 3 people are on some sort of a mental health pill.
Well, what people decide to put in their mouths is important, and what people decide to project out of their mouths is important. And recognizing intelligence and quality public speaking is essential in determining your elected public official. And I've run for junior class president, I've run for Chicago committee person, and now I'm running for Congress. And I can tell you, getting angry, getting heated is not what people vote for. The voters vote for an ability to bring peace, contemplation, intelligence, respect, understanding, selflessness, and kindness. Those are the real leaders amongst us, not the racial identity politicians who want to talk for hours about genocide and structural white racism and supremacy and how the heat wave killed hundreds of people because of racism. I'm telling you that if individuals get angry at the podium, they are no teacher of mine, and they are not fit to be my leader.
Yeah, you're spot on. I mean, think about the Bill Clinton re-election. Everyone just felt at ease during that era. He wasn't a good president, but they felt at ease.
Yeah, higher IQ, higher EQ, higher EQ, higher IQ. They go together. The more intelligence you have, the more you realize how much wasteful energy it is to get emotional over conversations on the internet. I like to call it road raging. People want to go on social audio and road rage to get their dopamine because their lives are so fucking terrible and boring and they're not getting enough sunlight and exercise. So, it's all one system. Your communication is a projection of your health and your intelligence, and individuals who just want to spew their toxic, words and their propaganda, they're trying to fill the void that they have in their lives. But the truth is, America at 37 trillion in debt and 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities is not being run like a business still. It's a simple analogy, but this government ultimately will have to make the decision to either run like a business or just keep passing off counterfeit fraudulent notes. I am not for passing off counterfeit or fraudulent notes. I am for full transparency and running this organization like a business. And the way you run a business is at a profit. And if you can't turn a profit, you hope to break even. And that's, the essence of the campaign that I'm running under.
So have you, two questions for you. If you ran through, what happens if Chicago declares bankruptcy? It might declare bankruptcy soon. And then the other part of getting the police in, does that get, what can we do to get a forensic audit, I guess, is what I would like to try to work towards. Like, what type of smoke can we bring to get federal investigation into Illinois finances?
Well, see, even the forensic accounting investigations, which cost millions and millions and millions in audits, they themselves are a waste of money at this point. So Alderman Gardner in the 45th Ward, accused Brandon Johnson of spending $6 million on a PricewaterhouseCoopers audit of city financials. It's just another waste of $6 million. The mantra you have to repeat is stop borrowing, stop spending. You can't spend if you can't borrow. So if you can't borrow, you can't spend. And where are we borrowing from? Bank of America. That's the #1 lender in the city of Chicago. It's a big business because BOA knows that they can just raise your property taxes and that will pay the note. So, you work in asset management. Is Bank of America, should we allow them to continue lending to us? The politicians are the ones that sign the agreements.
We shouldn't even allow them in the country anymore since it became B of A and got sold overseas. No. And it started in Chicago under LaSalle Bank. And there's a big family, the Nimes family or Steins family, that still have their hooks into the whole city and no one knows who they are. No, Bank of America should not be allowed to transact anymore. JP Morgan should not be allowed to transact anymore. These people are allowed to commit crimes. They get charged $100 million fine, but they made a $3 billion profit. I would take that layup every day.
I was in the Army with Ivan Samstein, who is now the chief financial officer at University of Chicago, and he's a mortgage bond underwriter and a bond trader, and it's just a big business. And the point is, the property taxes are only going up, and people are being.
Hang on. It's very interesting. I did not know that about the CFO of University of Chicago, which is ran by the Pritzkers. And they've been doing a lot of money laundering through mortgage-backed securities and mixed-use multifamily developments. They're basically doing a genocide to the black people of Inglewood, Kenwood, and everything like that as they expand the University of Chicago's landscaping. There might be some stuff to look in there. If you could message me that name, or I'll remember to look up the CFO guy. That could be a string I could tug on.
Well, no one's going to vote for a politician who's trying to stop individuals who are voting for accomplices. So I know a lot of people tied into the Pritzkers, and their web of despair goes everywhere because they have that much stinking money. And their name is littered all over this city. And I think that, change is coming. No one likes Brandon Johnson. There is no effing way he can win a second election in the city of Chicago. People hate him that much. And people can waste their money on all kinds of polls, on simple questions. The Sun Times asked 1,000 people, do you support Brandon Johnson raising property taxes? 10%, 1% said, yes, we support raising taxes on ourselves. It's the dumbest people asking the dumbest questions. There's no intelligence. And sooner or later, massive change will have to come because it's total bankruptcy. So you can't continue spending and borrowing more in bankruptcy. It's a consolidation effort to keep what's left or what's viable. So future congressional leaders, not only are they going to be legislators, they will have to be debt negotiation specialists on behalf of the U.S. people. Because we, the people, will face bankruptcy negotiations, and your legislators, your congresspeople, your senators, who technically should all be lawyers, which they're not, in the same way that judges are also not all lawyers, as we've recently seen come out in the media. And here in Cook County, you don't have to be a lawyer to run for county judge. And it's all about petition harvesting and gathering signatures. And it's a Democrat industrial political complex. People murder people, get out of jail the same day, no cash bail, go back and murder their wives, murder their lovers. We live in a cashless, bondless society where Democrats are unleashing murderous, terrorist criminals back into the society instead of housing them in jails. What are we paying all this money for the jails for?
Because the same families that own the jails also own the criminal ankle monitoring services. Straight up. So they're making money on both ends, and they also own the largest female halfway house business in the country. They're doing human trafficking, and the ankle monitors are owned by a guy named Lars Windhorst. If you want to Google him, he's like a fucking James Bond villain. Debt guy, mortgage backs are not credit default swaps, and they're doing it on purpose. Like follow Tom Dart literally said to Judge Timothy Evans, who should go to fucking jail, said that we cannot handle any more of these criminals anymore. We can't have any more of them put on monitors, and you're going to have to start monitoring themselves. So like, University of Chicago funded brand new ankle monitors that Tim Soros signed the contract for in 2019 to do a study that has been erased from University of Chicago's website for social justice crime lab bullshit that Stephen Levitt leads. And they talked Tom Dart out of using the old criminal ankle monitors when it was only meant for people with like DUIs, not people that raped women and cut people's heads off. So that's another thing that I did. I have an email that I sent to Neil Burke. I informed her she was in violation of Executive Order 1447, I believe it is, where the ownership of Track Group based in Naperville, which provides the criminal ankle monitors, is in complete violation. It keeps its servers in Canada, and they're not working with federal authorities on giving ICE the location of these criminals that are on ankle monitors with two-way radios.
And is that on the mayor of Naperville?
No, that's what's doing in Chicago. The company, they created a DBA shelf to make it look like a U.S. company. Ticker symbol is TRCK, based out of Naperville, Illinois. All connections to University of Chicago. And it's just the whole ownership stake. The whole ownership stake is questionable. There's also this Conrent investment company that could disclose who actually owns it. So if you're a judge or a politician, you could buy into an ETF that owns shares in the criminal ankle monitoring companies, and you can get kickbacks by just buying stocks. Does that make sense, or did I jump the shark too quick?
No, that makes sense. I was just double checking, just because, like, if there is something the mayor of Naperville could do to help anything here, like, honestly, I would just look at how to reach out at this point, because I feel like the mayor doesn't do anything according to, like, these problems that we talk about on Spaces half the time.
Is the mayor of Naperville woke too? Because I know with Bolingbrook, what they did was they knocked down Cabrini Green, they knocked down the Robert Taylor homes, and moved a bunch of people into multifamily housing to convert Will County or whatever the western suburbs to being Democratic.
As far as I'm concerned, Timmy, the amount of mosques that have shown up, he may as well be woke.
Makes sense. That's the multifamily apartments going up all over the place is the way that they're overtaking our voter bases too.
Yeah, but that's a whole different subject of just how that demographic votes.
Is it a different, is it bad, or is it, the Pritzkers also have a bunch of multifamily developments that they're doing, and they're co-investing with the universities all over the country, which gets them free leverage. They'll donate to the University of Chicago, and then they'll get a senior role on the investment committee, and then the endowment starts investing in whatever it wants.
the end of the day, I was trying to reach out, like, just recently to my politicians, because I feel like my community is my most important thing to me, and I don't think they do anything in comparison to what they used to when I was younger. And it feels every time they have these little events in my town, it's all just completely locked up and everything, and it's very weird. I don't know how to make it better, though.
It's communists. We need them out. They're on purpose. They don't want people with critical thinking in attendance at anything. I mean, just think about the way the Democrat National Convention went in Chicago. They made it so hard to get in there. No one even knew where to go or anything like that at all. They wanted only a curated audience. Or look at the Chicago Teachers Union. Have you ever seen Stacey Davis Gates do a real interview?
No, I guess not, but I wasn't really looking out for him either, in my defense.
Start looking at that, man. All these little battles are part of the greater war, and we don't realize that. Same people that are trying to make all the anti-Semitic shit come up are the same people that are creating the black-white stuff, creating the trans division and stuff like that. They're just trying to create chaos. They're tyrants, and communism is their weapon of choice this time before they put in whatever form of government they want once they replace us.
It just sucks because it's like amongst those under 35, they have no idea what's going on, and they've just adopted this personality that they love the idea of communism, but they have no idea what it is.
By the way, John opened up this space. He's running for office. If I could vote for him, I would be inclined to right now.
It would be really good to hear his voice more and to be able to reach more people. And Timmy, with you saying that about him, that goes way beyond anything I could do. I just saw his face.
I did too, and that's where we got to be a little bit more strategic, because the only reason why I saw the space, even though the guy lives in my backyard, was because you sent it to me. So even the retweets and reposts help each other on stuff.
Yeah, and it sucks because, like, my profile is private, but as soon as, like, Stealth opens up her space, I'm 100% just joining and then gonna send invites to this guy and hopefully he joins. I think having him also in touch with, like, Carolina would be beneficial.
She's a little tough to deal with. That might be a little harder, because I never know what story she's working on and stuff like that. They're all great, but you also have to be aligned with whatever they're reporting on to get anywhere with them.
So everybody,
It was more like getting his voice out there more, because that's the most important thing.
everybody here has a blue check mark. I've been adding, premium to a lot of my X accounts, so then I'm gonna cycle through all of them. So at least everyone has premium for 30 days. Get that boost, and then just move on to another one, because it does seem to have a shelf life after you bring an account premium. But just canceling the subscription is a good way to do it. I've got about 60 cell phones here in my office, and right now we have about 15 of them pointed to one cell phone. And that one cell phone uses Anonymous on Clubhouse, which is a feature where you can go into any room anonymously and they can't kick you. So I use that functionality and that premium feature at $5 a month to capture some of the most horribly obnoxious, low IQ, sociopathic, psychopathic conversations with regards to everything under the sun that you could call political. And I thank you all for being here. This is Candidate John. Any other questions for me? We have donors and rooms because we have multiple X accounts going, multiple clubhouses going. Any other questions for me? We're going to do a hard out at 4 o'clock.
Can you share those videos with us where we can post them on Instagram and stuff too?
Yeah, you can just Google John Kitover and go to videos, and you can see there's about 25,000 videos with my name in it, because I've got about 30 different YouTube accounts with anywhere from 1 to 8,000 videos on each YouTube account. Go to the live section on any account, and you will immediately see Clubhouse recordings going back 5 years from today. Like an insane, obsessively compulsive individual, I have sat here and recorded and listened to, but also I've walked away, because I set it and I forget it. I'll leave it at 10 p.m. and come back at 8 a.m. the next day, and they're still talking all through the night.
One thing, I saw your account. I was shocked by the scale of what you have going on. Like, just the massive amount of accounts and what you've put together is so interesting to look at.
It is, because it's totally random. You can't really categorize it. All the playlists are just candidate Congressman John Kitover, but really it's real clown house conversations with people completely just openly talking about everything under the sun, with no restrictions on what they're saying or how they're feeling, and it is completely ineffective and toxic communication. I would call it brain rot. And, I don't think anybody, this is like literally getting in a van with a hidden camera and recording people having conversations on the street. It's no different than essentially that movie Conversation with Gene Hackman, where he puts a bug underneath a park bench and he's listening to people have conversations about whatever kind of gossip or drama they're doing. So it's a huge sociological, psychological, observational study that I've conducted. I'm submitting this to Harvard in the philosophy and psychology department as part of a senior PhD thesis paper that I'm about to present. Wish me well, because after August of next year, I will become a doctor. That's correct, a doctor of philosophy from Harvard University.
So you won't be like Dr. Joe Biden. I'm kidding. Poking, that sounds like a real study. I got one question for you are you familiar with Illinois State Senate Bill 2254?
No, don't know it.
So Illinois State Senate Bill 2254, which passed the Illinois Congress, is to reduce the distance sex offenders are required to stay away from schools from 592 feet to 262 feet. It also reduces the frequency of check-ins for the offenders as well. I think that we need a noose for anybody that even talked positively about this bill, but it's such an insane bill that I think it just needs to be a center point of conversations. What positive reason does that bill actually have? None. And it's not Kim Guilfoyle. Sure. I just posted in the pill also if anyone wants to see it.
Okay, I have this document that I wrote for my campaign. It's called The Next Steps. I believe in stating goals, objectives, and strategies, and what the purpose is, and having an agenda in a room. I've done a lot of Toastmasters. A lot of people open up a room. They never have an agenda. They never stick to an agenda, and it's just a long, rambling mess of words about nothing. But these are the next steps for the political campaign that I'm running against Darren LaHood. Hope you enjoy this. It's about 60 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. Here we go. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cavort crazily all over X and YouTube and Instagram and TikTok. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new world of X. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man on X who foresees the trend of the political times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd on X. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. DORA, the Shops Acts, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship on X, on YouTube, on Instagram, on television. They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism, and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet the requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the candidacy for candidate Congressman John Kitover is the only way to preserve liberty individually and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. All men and women in the 16th District of Illinois are invited to cooperate with candidate Congressman John Kitover in this great work. Thank you for listening to that speech. Go to johnforcongress.com. Okay, welcome Stacy Miller. Anybody else? It's an open room. Say whatever you want.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos. Good Shabbos to everyone who celebrates. Timmy, I was wondering, why would anyone introduce a bill to lessen the distance of a child predator from a school? Do you know who this person is? Is Timmy speaking? I can't hear.
He's reconnecting, it looks like.
Got it. Hey, John.
Hey, what's up? How are you doing?
Under the weather, but okay. How are you?
I'm okay, just, the crazy stuff on this app as usual.
Yeah, it's been crazy the last 24 hours, right?
The good news is, at least it doesn't represent, regular people. None of my friends are crazy like the people on this app. And I really look forward to whoever was saying it and, I don't know, more and more people talking about putting your country on your X account, because it's crazy listening to all these people from other countries talk about America.
I totally agree, and Instagram does it. I mean, it's not like listed on the profile, but if you go to someone's profile and there's like an about this account option, and it will show where the account is based. If Instagram can do it, Twitter can do it.
You can do it. The problem is you have to like do it in a way that can't just be subverted by a VPN. I do think Timmy's trying to come back up now.
So, Stacy, you were saying that Timmy was proposing defunding, uh, as you put it, child predators from making access with a school. What was your point, Stacy?
No. Timmy was saying that this woman, what is her name? Kimberly Lightford, a Illinois senator. I don't know, is that state senator? She is introducing a bill that would lessen the number of feet that a sex offender can be from a school. Why would anyone do that?
You can't have Sharia law unless you have pedophile-friendly laws. And that's the Islamic Muslim Brotherhood, in my opinion, has taken the LGBTQ churches hostage. So all these local LGBTQ churches, they all have brand new construction going on. They're able to take anonymous donations, and then they can allocate those anonymous donations legally to front businesses. Sharia law, I think, is honestly the real reason why they're making all the pedo-friendly laws.
It's so sick. I mean, how does everyone not...
One justifiable reason for that bill.
Yeah. How does anyone not take a huge pause that someone would even introduce that?
It also passed the Illinois Congress. So
oh my God! Are you serious?
That's why it's a state Senate bill now, is because it passed the Illinois Congress first. It was like House Bill 2236 or something like that.
What is this world that we live in?
They don't care about us. We are data points on an Excel spreadsheet. We are a means to an end. All these nonprofits are literally stealing from us. Think about why are taxes so high? Because it's currency control, it's wealth control. They've taxed us at every single angle. Sorry, we have a bigger Islamic takeover in Illinois than anybody has any idea. If they don't remember that Bill Daley, Mayor Daley's brother, was the vice chairman of JP Morgan Chase Bank, sold our assets and parking to Islamic investors. And then they backed President Barack Obama. Pritzker got into the White House. She was part of the Rebuild Ukraine. They want us gone. And also the cartels partnered up with the Islamics, with Qatar. I don't even give a shit about learning how to say their country right. Qatar. El Chapo's son explained how they partnered up with the Islamic Brotherhood and Qatar to smuggle drugs and all these males of military fighting age. There are probably so many rapes and child molestations that have been covered up. If you Google Rotterdam rape cover-up, grooming gangs, you're going to find out that the British government covered up 1,400 rapes against white women over a 9-year period. All of them?
That's not so much a secret anymore. I mean, that's been discussed in England for a while now.
Where is it on Instagram? Where is it on anything that people aren't seeking it out? It's not.
Tommy Robinson talks about it all the time.
But you're seeking it out is what I'm getting at. You have critical thinking. I'm saying like...
Yeah, you're right. It's not on the nightly news, that's for sure.
Well, I'll tell you this. I saw it everywhere, and I was outraged by it, and this was months ago. And I have a dear friend who she's from England, and her whole family lives in England, and she goes to visit England 3 times a year. And her a few months ago over the summer when she came back from England, I was like, well, what's going on with this Pakistani rape gang? Isn't it so crazy? And she had no idea what I was talking about.
100%. You're 100%. I was having a conversation with my neighbor even, who's from London, and she had no clue about the Keir Starmer trying to sell them back under control. They have no clue about all the stuff that's going on in Ireland right now too, where they have the Palestinian invasion and these Muslims are trying to convince them that Ireland is not a Catholic country, that it was settled. St. Patrick's isn't from Ireland. He actually traveled there. Ireland is a constitutionally Catholic country, and the kids are getting brainwashed into it. But in England also, my ex is from a town called Harrow. A 60-year-old man was raped 4 months ago or 3 months ago walking outside of a church by a Somalian immigrant for illegal.
Oh my God. That's disgusting. I don't know what's going on. This is crazy.
These people aren't from where we're from, and we can't think that other people think like us. That's the problem. And we have a lot of bad actors, and the other thing is, think about how much people will ruin a person's life now and not even give it a second thought. Like they cut bait because they're a part of a cult. And that's what it is a cult. Throw on top of that mental health medications, the SSRIs. I don't know if any of you saw any of the kids looking like dope fiends during the Adderall, Vyvanse shortages. How were there pharmaceutical shortages? How were there laws that were always so friendly to pharmaceutical companies that just conveniently created shortages so that you had fiends?
I know. I don't understand that. Why did they create the shortages?
If you've ever gone through a withdrawal, it's pretty gnarly. And then you start thinking, I am ADD. I am this. I am that. They're playing with people's brains, and there is no science behind these medications that they're on. So that's part of why I think that we're not getting any headway with that. If you guys want to follow my Instagram that I posted in there, I'm calling people out. I'm going, hey, you're a nurse. Why do you mix SSRIs
I have an
and
X
alcohol?
account going. It's the most successful X room I've ever created.
Oh, nice. Is that what you're streaming?
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place on you guys.
No, that's okay. There's just a lot.
It's John Kitover, IL16.
To even wrap your brain around all of it.
And it's hard to talk about it sometimes because people then just kind of call you racist because they don't know anything about any of this
I
stuff.
can pin it if
Right.
Well, just tell them you're the racist. I just wanted to know, so this candidate, John, you're in Rockford, Illinois?
Correct. I'm running in the 16th district, Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal.
Okay. And so you're running for Congressman in the, I don't know what
16.
Illinois has. Is it Assembly or are you running for U.S. Congress?
U.S. Congress in the 16th district against Darren LaHood, Republican.
Okay. I'm in New York, but I grew up in Illinois, so when I was there, the original Mayor Daley was the mayor when I left. That was a while back. It was a different town.
The old man was a good man, I think. I think his kid sold us up the river.
Yeah, it's definitely not what it used to be. But nothing is.
What's going on in Chicago right now?
Venezuelans with machetes, terrorists delivering Uber Eats with ski masks, a bunch of white people walking around with autistic headphones pretending that the danger's not around them. There's so much crime and violence that they're playing games with all the numbers too. They're trying not to have incident numbers. They're not trying to have event numbers. They're skirting it. It's like we're in Detroit.
I've had to call 911 a couple of times on like women getting assaulted, and I like broke it up or other things. Cops don't come, and I've sat and waited 45 minutes before.
I think Detroit's cleaned up a little bit better now than Chicago.
Yes, but what I'm referencing is there was like some sort of a record where it was like 68 minutes was the typical 911 response time in Detroit because it was so bad.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But it's just
Is Trump sending in the National Guard? What's going on with that?
I have no clue about it. I don't think any of us are gonna. I'm hoping he does. We need it because we literally have. We call them the YNs here. You can Google what YN is. I've got no qualms saying it, but I don't want to turn any of you off. They were out with like automatic guns outside of the police station, like peacocking in front of the police station, clacking guns on standing on the top of their cars. And
I mean, they glorified and call them switches at this point, right?
Yeah, and even like
wait, sorry, what's a YN?
Google it.
Okay.
And that's what the black people call them. That's what the gangsters call them too.
Yeah,
It's a new breed of black teen.
It's young N-word is what he's saying. So we have Zach here in the room, who is a campaign promoter, campaign fundraiser for my campaign. He helps me in Clubhouse. Zach, welcome to Candidate John's room. Zach knows me very well, and in October he's going to come out here and help me get signatures in Rockford and Peoria.
Good luck to you, John.
Yeah, John seems to have a sensible mind too. He's talking about debt and how it can't continue, and realizes that we plateau. I'd love if could we ask Carrie, the anti-imperialist, to just kind of share with us any areas that we might be wrong. An Irish girl. I love Irish people, but I'd love to see why.
Well, go ahead. Everybody hit that little emoji and copy the link to the room and text the room to people you know who are interested in politics and having a conversation at 4 p.m.
Gary, you want to talk? You're in the room.
Yeah, Carrie, come up. Tell us why you like communism.
No judgment either. We'd love to learn. No one's ever actually like taken the time to tell us. We just hear you're a racist, you're a fascist, or other things like that. But I personally, I apologize, guys, if I'm speaking for the room. I'd give you the floor, and I'd love to hear why I'm wrong.
He doesn't seem like a hostile person. He just has his own opinions on stuff.
Do you know him or her?
I know. Rough way to say it to you guys. He's rarely come up to speak. There's a lot of accusations about him, but you know, it's on him to describe himself.
Hey, you're a citizen of the world, so I'd give you your opinion. I actually don't want to be at war for the rest of my life, and I feel like constructive conversations are the only way that we find out if we have things in common or not. I'm a human being, so I'm wrong a lot more than I'm right, so I'm willing to change my opinion and mind upon additional data and facts. So, Carrie, I would welcome you to share any facts, any knowledge, or anything you think that maybe we're not aware of. You got a request to speak, Carrie, if you're going to speak. us again, now that there's a couple more rooms, tell us again how we can help you. Just an immediate, if it's a retweet, if it's reaching out to you, follow any other accounts.
Yeah, I'm gonna pin a link to our antidote page where if you want to contribute $1, $5, $10, $200, you can do that. It'll all go directly to gathering signatures on our petitions. We're paying $1.50 a signature. Some people will charge $15 a signature, but we're paying $1.50, and we have an incredible team in Rockford doing great work. And it's johnforcongress.com is the official campaign website. And if you click on the upper right and go to blog, you can see our antidote page as well as a link to our article and interview on WGLT in Bloomington, which is an NPR production in conjunction with the Illinois State, and it went really well. And, just being here, sharing the room on your profile is a big help. So just share the room, copy the link to the room, and text it to people. Be social, be political, because that's the essence of politicking and politics and being polite or polity. So I hope you guys all have a great weekend. And I'm trying to figure out how to pin something. I've never really ever had to pin anything in this room. I don't know why I can't do it.
So, John, also just the bad thing with the Charlie Kirk assassination is we don't have Charlie Kirk. The good news about the Charlie Kirk assassination is that it's opened up communication where I've had people that were definitely Democrat coming up to me now. And also watching some of the people cheering them on. Or I wear a MAGA hat all over Chicago, wherever I go and stuff like that. I call men pussies. I tell women they're a retard, or I tell them that their father is a pussy because only a pussy would raise a woman as dumb as that. And it seems to shock them in a good way. But this woman showed up with a Columbia sweater, deep shades, and then some chick named Carl to the dog park. And they were basically like talking shit about me. They had a doodle, and I've got a doodle. My dog and their dog actually got along. I think that they didn't want that to happen, but I've worn for 5 months straight every day. I've got sweat stains in my MAGA hat, walking around downtown Chicago everywhere, and people not wanting to talk to me. People are now talking to me at the dog park that wouldn't talk to me before. And they're making themselves look bad too, because they're like, nobody deserves to die for free speech. So right now, this next week, remember, people have ADD. Take advantage of the news cycle right now and bridge a conversation around Charlie Kirk or other people. People are a little bit more open to it right now. They might not be open to it again a week from now. Take advantage of now and speak your mind. Do not apologize. As soon as you apologize or you explain your view, if it's something critical, you lost. When someone looks at me for something, I say, get the fuck out of my city. And then I walk off. So.
Well, Socrates, was asked, are you still preaching philosophy? He says, yes, but it's very dangerous at the moment because you get punched in the nose. So, I don't like to be a target, and it's the same thing like with a bull and a red flag. I don't go waving red flags to attract bulls. There's enough psychotic, sociopathic, dangerous people out there where, I don't want to draw attention to myself. But I do want to create the parallel society here on social audio apps and through content. And I think connecting that way is the next level of communication. And really, it's doing it in the privacy of your own home through your cell phone. So, connect with everybody in this room, click on everybody's profile, follow each other, and let's communicate in peace, stillness, and joy. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, John. Look forward to following.
Yeah, Timmy, you're right though. It's been crazy to see this response to the assassination. Did you see the Mark Ruffalo interview with Rainn Wilson?
Oh my God, talk about a map. Rainn Wilson is a pedophile to the T. And then the Mark Ruffalo, like, oh yeah, the first thing I thought about.
Right, Mark Ruffalo. He was like, oh yeah, you're right, that's bad.
much of that right now, where people are going to start trying to come back to the center or other things like that. And we got to welcome them back, but we also have to hold them accountable and see if they're just trying to run for cover. And I mean, if you want to look at my Instagram, you can even see like a girl I know since I was 12. I go, hey, why'd you fuck up my relationship with your husband? Is it because I accused you of giving your child a vaccine injury or your dad's COVID death being because of your healthcare industry? And just calling them up for shock value. Hold them accountable and hold them like to their money, wherever they're making their money too. Are you noticing that at all, Stacy? Sorry to like sidetrack you from the Ruffalo Rainn Wilson, but do you notice that with some of the healthcare employees or some of the other people too? They just want to pretend like nothing happened.
I don't know. I don't think I've spoken to that many healthcare employees about it.
So,
Anyone else?
I'm interested in John's platform. Number one, like, you know, what's he running for? And how do we? I guess he's running for Congress right now. You know, number one, how do we clean up Washington D.C.? And then number two, kind of tangentially to that, but also kind of related, because we're all Illinois residents, and I understand, you know, if he's running for the U.S. House, this isn't necessarily his first, you know, issue, but is Illinois fixable? Like, we've got all this pension debt. We have a screwed up, you know, Illinois political system between, you know, the mayor of Chicago and the governor. How do we fix it? What's your plan?
Okay, so let me address the first part of the issue, which is Congress and the Senate. And just in the same way that police officers have body cams, we need more Congress people with body cams exposing the corruption in Washington, D.C. And that's exactly what I'm going to give you. It's exactly what I've been doing. I'm well set up to do it. I'm going to align with Thomas Massey, and we will hopefully form some type of new independent liberty caucus, but really we'll just call it the Robert or Thomas Massey party. And then the second part of the state of Illinois is, I told everybody just about an hour ago or 30 minutes ago that all future legislators or Congress people or senators are essentially debt negotiators. So I do think all of our situations can be resolved peacefully with the banks, with the lenders, and hopefully if we get into Congress, we can lower our personal and public debts. And my campaign mantra is, repeat it after me, everybody. Stop borrowing. Stop spending.
I got too excited. Sorry, John.
I mean, the thing is that we have fiat currency, so the federal government doesn't have to default, right? I mean, obviously we have to stop spending. I agree with you. But like, you know, our debt is money that we have to print later. I guess that's one big picture thing. The other thing, I guess, is I think it's like you got two choices here, right? Like one is to kind of, work with Mike Johnson or work with House leadership, and the other is to kind of, I guess, try to give your constituents more access to the Washington D.C. system. Does it, like, one idea that I've had, like a big picture idea is, does it make sense to have like regular people from your district, maybe chosen at random, who have the time, wander out to Washington D.C. for 3 to 6 months or so and sort of wander back? And so that way, yes, you have to, yes, there's safety in numbers in Washington D.C., but I think it also makes sense.
Okay, 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds.
Okay, it makes sense to have people from your home district out there for you to be able to talk to, and for MTG and for Thomas Massey to have the same thing.
Okay, listen, part of politics is being social, but also philosophical. Let me just add one more word to my campaign mantra right here. Stop borrowing, stop spending, stop taxing. Say it with me, fellow Americans and patriots. Stop borrowing.
Stop borrowing.
Stop spending. Stop taxing. Say it loud. Say it proud. Stop taxing.
And we have taxation without representation in every avenue of our life, at least in Illinois for sure. From service taxes that they just did to the taxes at the grocery store. And I don't understand how there's still people thinking that it's from tariffs.
People here will always look for any reason to blame Trump, though, unfortunately.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
At the end of the day, all I want is a functional state. I don't want to have to move.
Start shaming every parent that can't name 3 school board members. Sorry, Stacy.
Oh no, you go, Timmy.
No, I'm done. I just said shame every parent you know that can't name 3 school board members. Because they can surely name everything on sale at Costco.
Oh, that is a good point. My question was, is it all of Illinois? Or most of Illinois? I don't know much about Illinois.
Illinois is an interesting one because we have the machine and we have the state, but we have 2 states kind of because Chicago's so corrupt it depletes a ton of the resources from the rest of the state, which majority I think are actually Republican, and even in the city, a lot of cops and firemen and other city workers are de facto Democrats because we have to register to vote in the primaries, and you're not going to move up the chain politically if you're not a Democrat. I thought my dad was a Democrat until I turned like 35 and then had a real man conversation with him. He's like, no, I've been a Republican since the fucking day I was born. They've got us fighting a bunch of different battles where we're trying to, the city people look down on the farmers or the hillbillies as they think kind of in the city. The western suburb people think that they've geographically protected themselves from the dangers of the city and they just take the train in for work. We had Tank Johnson years ago, Chicago Bears defensive end that had troubles, and they found like tons of guns and dogs and other things in this, rich community called Lake Forest. My dad was so excited. He's like, finally, those fuckers get something in their neighborhood. We have the people that are pulling the purse strings live far away in the suburbs, and they control the influence through the institutions in Chicago, the schools, the endowments, the museums, all the charities through donations. So they don't have to live in Chicago, but they can control Chicago politics through donations.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
I haven't found anyone to run for mayor that can turn it around.
Listen, back to your original question about deploying the Army National Guard and Reserve soldiers in Chicago. I think Trump has to do it as soon as humanly possible and do a show of force to Mayor Brandon Johnson in Pritzker and escort Brandon Johnson up to his office every day so he can start doing his fucking job instead of complaining and crying and screaming on camera and microphone all day long. He should be a leader. He should be with the police. He should be a crime fighter, crime solver, and a forensic accountant. But he's not. He's a broke-ass history professor who's nothing but a communist, socialist, racial identitarian, and he's looking to tax the citizens of Chicago tens of billions of dollars in increased property taxes along with Tony Parkwinkle. These people make our lives miserable. They solve nothing. And all they do is throw stones all day, every day. They're a bunch of charlatans, frauds, criminals, scammers, and fraud artists. That's exactly what they are.
God, that was the other name I totally forgot. I reported her for potential mortgage fraud a week ago too with Stacey Davis Gates, Tony Preckwinkle, because she has 5 houses, each with a different relative.
Wow. How do the police put up with the mayor in Chicago?
They're demoralized. It started with this this thing called COPA, which was the police policing themselves. And they forced out my dad's a retired Chicago cop. They forced out all the non-yes men, basically. And right now, I really think that they want to bankrupt the pension fund and bring in the Muslim Brotherhood to replace them, just like they're doing in New York right now. I think they're purposely trying to bankrupt it. A lot of the cops, the good cops, were also forced off if they didn't get the vaccine, or some of them saw. They're like, I'm better off taking an early pension than getting fired and losing it all, because that happened to a lot of people. People are just scared right now, honestly. The cops are being lambs sent out to the slaughter. One of my dad's friends lost his eye about 3 years ago at the statue of Columbus, the Columbus statue protest. They threw literally a fucking M80 in a beer bottle with gasoline. Like, they were throwing shit like that at the police, and Mayor Lightfoot told them, do not react. They knew Antifa was in those audiences. They don't care. And the problem is that these cops are locked in with equity into their homes, because remember, they raised home prices like no other. And they've got a bunch of equity, they think, in their house, which is a source of wealth, or they have a pension that they plan on living on. They don't want to rock the boat because they've got kids. And they've got a lot of good cops that are scared shitless, and then they've got a ton of cops that can't back them up. There are cops that are not physically strong enough to handle any of this stuff. And then the demoralization that you put on top of it. Why am I going to arrest a kid that I'm going to see back out in the street in 2 hours and might be able to blow my brains out? John's right. We need force. We need it now.
Yeah, people on the South Side are asking flip red movement, and you interview a lot of people that say, yeah, I think we need the National Guard out here because it's too dangerous to even live out here, and you're trapped in your house, and but basically they need to do patrols and engage in street battles if need be. There's too many armed criminal gangs. Chicago's always been a gang town from Al Capone, but now it's insane. The city was safer under Al Capone, so. The culture is completely brain rotted out, and you have young, violent criminal thugs with fully automatic weapons roaming the city. I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, I've been following the news for years. I've been listening to the Scanner, following everything that ex-publishers put out. I have footage from the 2020 Chicago BLM riots, and I have live feed from all around the country during that time. It was absolute pandemonium, chaos, anarchy. If you didn't have a firearm at that point, I bet you praying you did have a firearm at that point, because that's when you need your Second Amendment, when cities go to fucking chaos and the mind virus spreads and thousands of insane young radical violent people with guns decide to go loot and rob pharmacies and do whatever the fuck else they do. So I've got the footage, I've got the receipts. Also out of 2020, I have videos of Dr. Fauci on CNBC. There's so many videos from 2020 that I have sitting on this laptop because I used Bandicam, which is a screen recorder. And Facebook used to have all these live streams. They probably still do. But at the time, it was so interesting to capture the live stream footage from the internet with regards to the BLM summer riots and the COVID-19 lockdowns, as well as the invasion of the border. So we got triple slammed at that time. And I've got the receipts. But anyways, I hope you all have a good weekend. I hope this is a positive and upbeat room. Thanks for being here. This is my first successful X Space with more than one person to actually talk to. We do have a lot of people who have not yet spoken. So if you haven't spoken yet, now's your time to speak up.
I saw Elmy had his hand up, and I'll just say it. I moved to a city like Chicago in 2019, and I had to live there for 2 years. What went on in that city was insane. Because prior to that, I was just in the DuPage suburbs. I was just a regular, suburb kid. And once I learned how crazy these people are, and talking to the regular people, they all want this. They want these raids. And there is no one I know in my real life who is actually upset about this, which is weird to see the internet reaction. I'm part of some of these Reddit groups on ICE raids or the National Guard stuff, and I don't understand what has to happen for these people to change their minds.
They need to feel pain, unfortunately.
Even if they do feel pain, it's not enough. I think that there are a lot of people where I live in a very woke place, and it's very inspiring to hear people like Timmy say that Democrats are coming up to him and, I don't know if you use the word apologizing, but it sounds like they're kind of recognizing at least a little bit the error of their ways. But even when people get hurt, I mean, drivers, Angolan illegal immigrants with a learner's permit, killing people by hitting them with their cars. So we got a 35-year-old illegal immigrant Angolan man with a learner's permit killing people by hitting them with the car. And if you mention the fact that he's Angolan, you're a racist. So I think that regionally, around the country, we still have a lot of work to do. Some places have a lot to go.
Have you guys reached out to Laura Loomer at all?
Yeah, I retweet a lot of her stuff. She's got so many followers; it's very hard to connect with a lot of with people when they have such huge followings.
Would you like to speak to her?
I would love to speak to Laura Loomer. I'm a huge fan of her investigation.
The reason I'm here in this space, though, is because most of us in here are mutual. We know each other. We've been dealing with this bullshit for almost 2 years now. Fred down there is very silent. He should come up. He should speak. Because Fred has access to people that would be beneficial to you and to my state. And a certain someone is always yelling at the men to not do things. I'm not talking about Fred or myself here. I'm just saying we gotta do our part as well. And I know that this guy is running for politics and he has good ideas, and I would like to help him if possible.
Can so candidate John, did you mention something about the Muslim Brotherhood taking over Chicago or trying to? I didn't understand. Can you explain what's going on?
I didn't bring that up, but I will say the Nation of Islam in Stony Park has some of the most insane radical followers and some of the most toxic, insane rhetoric I've ever heard in my life. And Louis Farrakhan is nothing but a charlatan, a liar, a fraud, and he's no gentleman.
Would you tell us what you do with the clubhouse, though, for the new people as well?
Sure. So for 5 years, also this is another category of recordings that I've made, which is Elon Musk underneath the pen name Adrian Dittman. I have been recording him more than anybody. So if you just go to YouTube and you type in Adrian Dittman, Elon Musk, you will come across my videos. I have many unrecorded rooms with Elon Musk discussing the most banal, obnoxious, stupid, low IQ shit you could possibly imagine. Burping, cooking steaks, picking his ass, being a pig, being a schmuck. And he hates the fact that these videos exist. So across my maybe 30x accounts, Adrian Dittman has blocked many of my John Kitover campaign accounts. Because as a patriotic American, I knew that Elon Musk, is not necessarily born and bred in America. And he went on television and said, this is the biggest revolution since the Founders Revolution. Where is he at today? Kicked out of the office, kicked out of any kind of involvement, and he's playing Path of Exile every night, and it's pathetic. So if you're the richest guy in the world, but yet you play video games in the dark in your underpants every night and live stream it on X, and yes, you have the coolest platform and the best H-1B visa Indian software developers making the best social media audio connection capability communication. Wow, Elon. But his fat ass, who cooks butter steaks with tallow, is still playing video games every night. And ladies and gentlemen, that's pathetic.
Actually, it's worse than that. He doesn't play video games. He's been caught faking this. And the entire Path of Exile community has called him out for it. The Times of India has reported on this. This man is a pathological liar when it comes to video games because of the type of women he's attracted to. So he'll always lie about these things to try to impress them. He has so many issues things with his personality that people don't speak about because no one wants to be demonetized on this app.
I have no idea what you guys just said. At all. Can you explain?
Okay, so Elon Musk has an account called Adrian Dittman.
Musk, loser, video game player, underwear, butt scratcher.
He's got 2 T's and 2 N's in Dittman. That is Elon Musk's burner account or nom de plume, his pen name, because he doesn't want it publicly. But the thing is, now he records everything. But I have him in unrecorded spaces saying the most heinous, vile, stupid, obnoxious, ketamine-induced shit you ever heard. I mean, tripping on ketamine, talking all night long, rambling about nothing.
John, what is he? You're a racist. You're just a racist. You're a racist. Anyway, John Kitover does a good Elon Musk impression.
Who's talking? I can't see.
It's me, Zach Diller.
It shows you as a listener still on my screen. That's why it was confusing. Good to hear you, though. I sent you a follow, and I'll send you a message if I can help on any of the fundraising side. I might have some lists for you that you might want.
Sounds good. Thanks. Please follow me on TikTok. I'm very inactive on X, but I'm growing on TikTok.
I'm not on TikTok, but if you could share stuff with me, I'm happy to repost it on Instagram. Mike Benz follows me too on there, so I get some pretty good views, even though I only got 400 or 500 followers.
Yeah, so the only reason, I have a beef with Elon Musk is because, I don't know, he kind of shot himself in the foot, but Doge is still in place. And I've regularly kept track of Doge. That is the federal procurement and acquisition platform on Oracle. I used to work on it as an employee at the United States Treasury doing IRS office remodeling work and project management and facilities management. So all those screenshots come straight out of a government, an Oracle database. And a lot of the spending is for DEI, woke, gender, climate, international education bullshit grants. So the education industry is a huge fraud ring in federal contracting. It's always been like that in education. Many people get investigated by the FBI and go to jail for fraudulent internal training in the for-profit education or public education industry, which is, again, $1 trillion annual year industry because of property taxes. The Department of Education spends $250 billion a year educating the population of this country. And we spend collectively $1.1 trillion because of all the property taxes. Are we getting a good return on investment? Are people becoming smarter, or is brain rot just starting?
Look at it. It is brain rotting. And the same with the way they changed the math system, the way that they changed the gender ideologies to confuse kids, to separate them from their parents. And the amount of shit that CPS is able to do now, too, in the mental health evaluation forms that are going on in Illinois that people think they have to do. One of the things that I'm wondering is, did they change the definition of mandate in Illinois? Because the way they're trying to articulate some of these things now is that they're just suggestions. The school system is just, it's so concerning, and we need to start shaming people into getting involved. I don't know any parents that are on school boards. All my friends' parents growing up were parts of PTAs, PTOs, and they were always up at the schools. Now, nobody knows anything, and they're just doing travel sports.
I totally agree, Timmy. Parents really do need to be involved with the school. It's really, really important because it's really scary.
John, are you doing anything as far as doing any local schools or, I don't even know can we do anything like that to help you with local school boards or parent groups and stuff like that too?
Well, honestly, social media audio is the quickest and best way to have a conference call with anybody. In terms of going to events, I literally have to do a lot of the muscle work in getting these signatures on these petitions. I'd like to personally get over 300 to 500, and that requires me to essentially get on the road because I live in Chicago and I have to get to Rockford and Peoria and start gathering more signatures individually and going to local events. But fundraising here is one way to help. So anytime you want to create a room, you can message me on X. You can text me on my campaign line at 312-498-0517. That's the campaign cell phone. You can text that number anytime. Follow this profile. Go on my profile. View at the top. I got about 10 other John Kitover, Illinois X accounts going. Follow all those. Retweet some of my content. Message me on X in the inbox so we can exchange information, or other handles, Instagram, YouTube. So again, I have been secretly recording Clubhouse for 5 years, which is a social audio app. And it's just littered with radical, insane, sociopathic liberal Democrats who wish death upon MAGA Trump supporters, who literally provoke and say that MAGA Trump supporters wish death upon you and want you and your children to die. That's the kind of messaging they put out in those rooms. So a lot of people know me on Clubhouse because they know I'm recording, and I post the link to the YouTube and I say, hey, you guys are live on YouTube. Congratulations, you're all stars. And so they know who I am, and they target me. I have many videos of Democrats wishing death upon me, hoping my cell phones explode and burst into flames and I burn and die in my house. All kinds of horrible death threats. It's been an interesting ride so far, but the thing is, I just live stream it, and now because I'm running for Congress, YouTube has been a little less authoritarian and a little less censored. So, but they still are removing my videos, and it's because people are complaining from Clubhouse because they were gloating and jubilant over Charlie Kirk's death. We were so happy. He went on to glory. They were so happy that dead racist Nazi's dead. All that type of bullshit. So I caught them at their worst moment, their deepest psychological, sociopathological, psychotic, homicidal ideation moment, and they don't like it. And we reported them to charliesmurders.com, and we reported it to their managers at the corporations that they work at and the small businesses they work at. We got about 6 people terminated, and today is our celebration day.
Wow, great work. How many people were in the room that you were reporting?
I think there were probably 120, 150 people in the Clubhouse room. It's all on YouTube. I can text you or message you the politically correct Charlie Kirk death celebration video. You can watch it.
What would you say over your 5 years of research? What percentage of these are just little bitches that are just going to continue to try to dog whistle, and what percentage of these are people we really need to be concerned about crossing paths with in the street?
Well, I've had people create fake Darren LaHood profiles to attack me. But the funny thing is, it all caves in on themselves, because when you're a gay black man screaming to the top of your lungs that Darren LaHood is going to kick your ass, it never looks good for what the actual goal is, which is to defame, harass, libel, slander me. So really, I record my office. I'm just live streaming my home office, and I'll be damned if that doesn't cause all kinds of controversies. People don't like the way I use my phone. I say, well, you use your phone the way you want to use your phone. I'll use my phone and all the social apps I want to use the way I want to use it. I'm just live streaming myself. So it's not me that has the issue. It's the people who have been attacking me or slandering me, libeling me. And I just post legal notices on X. I say, you're going to be sued. This is a personal injury lawsuit. So I fight fire with fire. I'm very legalistic and law-oriented. I believe, in the law and in the strength of the law. That's our joy. And the more you read the Constitution, the better. I have many videos of me reading the Constitution in its entirety, and I still don't, have it memorized. But I used Grok to generate 10 bullet point extracts from the Constitution, from the Declaration. So we can use Grok in a way to analyze or game theory spending priorities in an intelligent, transparent way. I think that's, the role of any congressperson or senator is to provide education and how they are determining whether to vote yay or nay.
Wait, so you're saying, if I'm hearing you correct, too, then, would that be just a yay or nay on every single bill, even if they try to do an omnibus bill or other things? I might be skewing this a little bit. With Grok and other tools, could you vote on every issue in a bill, even though you got to only vote on one bill at a time?
I just, on all of our petitions we've generated, over 500, I ask a lot of the circulators and petition signer gatherers, say, hey, ask the people who are signing, what are your top 3 priorities, and write it on the back of that petition. Do you know what do you think the survey says with regards to what are the signers of these petitions and future voters, what do you think their priorities are?
Safety. Cost of living. Anybody else want to give a guess?
Taxes, cost of living, immigration, safety, price, crime. At least that's what I care about. Although at this point, the amount of crazy shit on the internet, if I meet a politician who has these opinions on Jews, I'm like, well, you're just really low IQ at this point.
Yeah, the one that always sticks out for me, and that one politician in New York who never got elected who said the rent is too damn high. That is the one that constantly came up when I was getting petitions signed. Why are some people getting Section 8 housing and housing vouchers? Meanwhile, I got to go to work and pay my $1,200, $1,300 a month for fucking rent and all the utilities. So, I'm just saying, say my mantra, stop borrowing, stop spending, stop taxing.
In an ideal situation, what would you want property tax to be?
Ideally, it's 0. Duh. Do we have to state the fucking obvious anymore? Do we need a survey says, do I want to pay more in taxes? Do I want to pay less in taxes? Or do I want to pay fucking no taxes? Obviously, everybody, let me give you another dosage of sense here. Taxation is theft. I don't want to pay taxes, and neither should you, unless you're stupid. Okay, it's just fucking common sense at this point, everybody.
The country ran great without taxes forever. It even started a country without taxes because of taxes. And it became a tool of control. Your taxes, think about gentrification. Alright, gentrification is a weapon to tax out the people you don't want to be a part of the community anymore. BlackRock will literally buy 2 houses in the hood or in another area, and they'll build a luxury house or something. They'll build that one house on the block. Then they'll sell a house to another fund that they own, which creates a transaction which raises the property value and starts taxing people out. Everybody forgets that 95% of the world is not of the investment class, which means that they do not have extra money to invest in the stock market. So when they tell you what the S&P is doing, they're only telling you how rich people are doing, really. They're not telling you how the working class is doing. So when they raise tax increases, it might sound like, only 300 extra bucks a year. When these people are living check to check and they've lived in a community, they're still making the same money they've made at a good paying job that they were usually able to afford to put food on their table, send their kids to school. Now suddenly they can't, and they're on a fixed income, and they don't have an ability to get side hustle money. And they've been doing this strategically for decades, where they tax people out. My people, white Irish Catholic people, have been taxed out of every fucking neighborhood in Chicago. People don't want to admit it because there's still white people from Lake Forest living there now.
Listen, Congress and the Senate are the enemies of the people. I'm telling you, we have to stop borrowing Stop spending, stop taxing. The enemies of we the people are most likely the Democrats, the Congress people, and the senators. It's fucking obvious. They're the ones cutting the checks. They're the ones allocating the spending and the appropriation. They're the ones with all the lobbyists in their emails at their offices on K Street. It's a big racket and they're skimming. Kick them out, primary them, and put patriotic Americans who have risen up in their 30s or 40s to replace these 60, 70, 80, 90-year-old cronies borrowing, spending, and taxing you. It's obvious what we have to do.
Do you know what's created the most billionaires in the past 3 years? It's debt. Private debt funds have created the new hedge fund billionaires in the past couple of years. So you are 1,000,000,000% correct. Stop spending, stop borrowing, stop taxes.
You know, you have to keep what you got and just stop borrowing, stop spending, and stop taxing. We're in a good position and in a good place. But if you look at and you deconstruct the big, beautiful bill and you ask Grok to prioritize spending and which companies, specifically the amounts, should be retracted by a defund the big, beautiful bill, it's all right there. We're just taxing ourselves and giving it away to Fortune 500 corporations. Tax credits. It's our debt. It's our taxes that we're going to have to pay. It's transference of taxation into debt for individual income tax filers. The IRS takes in $5 trillion a year. We're spending 7.1, and it's been going on for 20 years like this. And Darren LaHood, who I'm running against, has created over 20 trillion in debt by voting yay on HR acts. I'm going to vote no on every HR act appropriation, which is spending money. Again, stop borrowing, stop spending, stop taxing. That means nay on HR acts. The HEROES Act, the CARES Act, $5 trillion on a COVID-19 response. The average American individual debt to the federal government has leaped from $100,000 to $400,000 per individual American. It's insane how much we owe at the individual level now. So it's the price of a beautiful house. Everybody owes a house to the government. Is everybody here prepared to go build a fucking house, sell it, and give the proceeds to the government? No. But that's the financial reality.
John, have you given any thoughts to what kind of changes outside of the money flow can be done to the education system?
Yeah, offer homeschooling here on X. Offer homeschooling on Clubhouse. Offer homeschooling on Zoom. Individual parents, educators, you don't need a staff, and an administrative support staff, and an executive staff, and a parent teachers association, and a district staff, and an elected district president who's making $400,000 a year and a $400,000 pension. You don't need any of that. You need people reading books. Okay, they are external hard drives of intelligence. Until people start reading books as opposed to scrolling 18 miles a day, looking at TikTok and Instagram, we're not talking about anything. People are completely brainwashed, walking around like drones of their satellite cell phone prison, which has captured their mind. Until you start seeing people at libraries again, or publishing photos and videos of what they're reading, or they're in book clubs, I don't know where people think education comes from. You think you just stick a wire up your ass and it uploads some intelligence to your brain?
No, homeschooling is not the answer to that. I understand the sentiment of it, but that is not the answer. Timmy's right about parents need to be getting more involved because we have to turn the education system around because kids have to go to school. They need to be with their friends and they need to be social to combat, all of this phone usage, so there has to be another answer.
I get it, but what I'm telling you is if we actually stopped borrowing and stopped spending borrowed money, none of this could be funded anymore because there's no money there. At 250 billion for the DOE, and people are taking out loans to pay their property taxes, so you can pay the salary and the facilities costs on a building. I'm just telling you that at 25 years of war and a pandemic, scamdemic, where our debt leaped from 20 trillion to fucking 40 trillion overnight in what feels just like 1,000 days, the debt went up that much money. I'm just telling you, at that rate of borrowing and spending, by 2050, we'll be paying 4 trillion a year to service our debt. And right now we have a $37 trillion mortgage with $1 trillion interest payment. That doesn't include premiums. And the point is we have 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. So all I'm saying is if we were to actually try to fix the economy and get out of this unlimited borrowing and spending and CR kick the can down the road with plus the omnibus bills, none of this can exist anymore because it's completely insolvent. So I'm just telling you that's the real financial situation, but we're living in an artificial economy where 40% of it is all borrowed and all spent.
So this is a good thing too. I agree and disagree with you. I agree with you 100% about the debt, unsustainable. I just posted a documentary that I suggest everyone watch if they haven't. It's called Join or Die. It's on Netflix. Harvard professor behind the book Bowling Alone did a documentary, and it's about the civic communities. You know, the Knights Club of Columbus, the Elks Lodge, the Rotary Club, and how there used to be a bowling league every single day in every single town in America. And communities came together and they discussed. We do need something, maybe it's not a school, but we need something where kids come together and they become part of a society and a community and sports and things like that. And with the advancements in AI, you're not paid for what you memorize in college anymore. Critical thinking is going to become more important than ever. And more general.
It's a little too mild for me. How about something a little more macho? Are you sure it goes with your dress?
And then they go into whatever else the parents want to spend 30 minutes a day with their kids. People really look at it. 30 minutes spent deprogramming kids. They have the iPad. First, they go.
What's going on here? Sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Hi, man. You got the husbands.
Homeschooling isn't can't.
I didn't see
It's not
Sally's,
conducive
but
for everyone
Stewart was
because
right
most
to the
families have
point where I
two
thought,
parents who work.
who's the next one that they're gonna mention?
And like I said, I think kids need to be with other kids. They need to be social. They need to go to school. School is truly amazing and wonderful. And I know homeschooling works for some families, but I think for the most part in America, school is so important. I mean, it might be the most important thing for children.
Yeah, but that's your opinion, and if you ask the average homeowner who's paying 65% of their property taxes are going to the salaries and the facility expenses of Chicago Public Schools, if you were to ask them, can I opt out? I don't want to pay 65% of my property tax bill anymore, so go to the department for, so go to schools and the educators. A lot of people want to opt out. I'm just saying, that's your opinion, but there can be a financial time in the history of Chicago where we are able to separate our property taxes from the educators and the education industrial complex in this city.
Well, how's Florida handling it? Because aren't they getting rid of their property taxes? They're not getting rid of their schools.
I'm just saying. something we have to consider as a nation because the country's that broke, and at 37 trillion going to 50 trillion, this won't end well. But again, it's just debt negotiation. Maybe we should just keep spending recklessly with no personal responsibility, self-governance, or understanding of financial and economic realities. We can all just keep being children and bury our heads in the ground and say, let's just keep borrowing, spending, and taxing.
Well, let me maybe rephrase the question. Are you saying, period, ever, homeschool is the way to go, or just because we have something like the NEA, where 70% of school employees around the country signed the anti-fascist agreement to choose fight fascism over anything else, that it's so broken that there's 70% of the educators are socialists that we can't do it anymore? Or are you saying that we can rebuild it maybe down the road, but right now we gotta just stop all money going to them, period?
Again, the first legislation that I will publish and post, which I've already drafted with Grok, is a Balanced Budget Act. And then the second is defunding the Big Beautiful Bill. Thomas Massey's already put forth this stuff. Now, I'm not saying anything that's going to not get shot down. Rand Paul put forward the 6 penny plan, got shot down by the Senate. So everything gets rejected. The herd, the mob that keeps voting for borrowing, spending, and taxing is the status quo, and it's not going away. I'm trying to lead a communications effort against the borrowing, spending, and taxing to bring people's conscious awareness higher to a level of fiscal prudence, understanding, self-governance, self-reliance. That quote by the Comte de Phoenix.
Didn't you disagree with Thomas Massey
Not really. Everything he posts, I'm just like, yeah, I don't really disagree with anything. It's like transparent, political, transparent. I mean, he's playing a clean game to me, and he seems very intelligent. You know, he's got these documentaries, the way he runs his life, his house. He's a scientist. He's an American. I think he's got a great understanding of our law, our history, and so there's very little that I disagree with him on. I mean, if you want to...
What about foreign funding for other countries?
Yeah, he wants to cut it, and I want to cut it too. You can go to the State Department and view the top, 100 countries and what they're getting. The king's son in the United Nations, is shit talking.
I understand there's inequity, but your platform has zero funding to other nations?
I would personally go to zero funding. I would completely restrict all international funding, loans, any type of agreements, completely flush out the requisition system.
How about if the intelligence agency said to you, because you were one of the members of the Gang of Eight, if we stop funding country X, Y, and Z, our defense budget is going to have to increase more because this is what's going to potentially happen to the United States.
Well, let me just before I answer that question, before I answer your question, let me ask you this: should we still allow generals to present as women and be transgender in the Army, Marines, Navy, Air Force? Should we still allow men to dress up as women in the military?
I don't know. First of all, I concur with that, but I don't know how that has any relevance to your gang. You're a member of the Gang of Eight, one of the most important congressmen because you've earned it. You've now sat in a national security skiff, and people have told you with a great deal of credibility that you trust and believe. By cutting foreign funding to X, Y, and Z, it makes the United States more dangerous. What happens? What do you do?
Listen, you can consider this your skiff, and I would just tell you that if I would do what Wrigley did, if I had $1 million, I'd spend $999,999 on advertising and $1 on product. I'm just saying that if you want to keep borrowing, spending, and taxing, you're more than welcome to stay in the status quo. That's a you problem, but I'm suggesting we all repeat: no more borrowing, no more spending, no more taxing. Can Americans actually say those words? It's only 3 variables, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course, virtually everybody in the world, in the United States with half a brain, would subscribe to those simple principles. no more borrowing, no more spending, and no more taxation. But I think there's a caveat, and I think you do as well. I think the caveat is that there's a necessary amount of taxing to minimally run services in both a municipality, a state, and in a republic. And you would like to find that sweet spot to the best of your ability. Isn't that really what you're trying to say? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but isn't that really what a grown man wants to do? That wants to be a member of the Gang of Eight?
Well, you keep mentioning Gang of Eight, and all I'm trying to really point out is a political economic philosophy theory or run a mental mind simulation, because we can look at the actual projected numbers. We can go full Zimbabwe, and those $1 trillion notes now are collectibles. I'm not saying.
Can we agree that you believe that there is a certain minimal level of taxation on a federal, state, and local level that you would support?
Yeah, I feel like 10% is fair. That seems fair to me. No one should have to pay more than 10% of their total net income in taxation over a period of 365 days. And it
includes local tax.
Everything. Nothing should be more. Nobody should pay more than 10%. If you're going to tithe 10% to your church, why should we tithe more than 10% to the government?
How do you do that in practice if John makes $300,000 a year and he has to pay $30,000 in total taxes, and Fred, because he's not as smart as John, makes only $150,000 a year, and he has to pay a total of $15,000. So how do we delve that up between state, local, and federal governments? John's $30,000 and Fred's $15,000 when John lives in Chicago and Fred lives in New Jersey. How do we do that? Go ahead. I'm interested.
Okay. Are you willing to go on mute? I'm going to read a poem. It's about 60 seconds. It's going to answer your question. It may not be the answer you want, but it's the answer I'm giving to you. You ready? It's called Distracting Thoughts. It's a poem I wrote to answer your question. I used Grok AI to create it. Evil thoughts can even arise during study and prayer and communication on X. And if they do, you should ignore them entirely and divert your mind from them immediately. Do not try to examine these thoughts, for that is a task for the righteous in whom evil finds no root. But the evil you experience is rooted in your own selfishness. Do not be dejected because of this. Rather, redouble your efforts on X to concentrate your mind, and in this way fill yourself with joy and gladness, realizing that distractions arise because your prayer and study are approaching selflessness. When distractions arise, ignore them, and answer not fools according to their folly, lest you too become a fool. What if you cannot ignore them? Then humble yourself before God and ask God to rescue you from these turbulent waters. Ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you that turbulent waters is the status quo. And there's nothing new under the sun, and everything that is has already been. But why didn't the internet solve some of these financial crises that are afoot? Why aren't there cost efficiencies? Why can't we communicate effectively? Why can't we have peace now?
$30,000 and Fred only paid $15,000 because you and I have agreed. I'm okay with it. That 10% of John's income is $30,000 and 10% of Fred's income is $15,000. But John lives in Chicago and Fred lives in New Jersey. Without a poem, can you share with me what your thoughts would be on how Grok would solve this problem? Because apparently, I don't think the poem is going to solve the problem.
Okay, I'm going to break it down for you very simply. Listen closely. It's 3 simple variables. Repeat after me. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop taxing. That's borrowing with a B. Spending with an S. T with a tax. That's borrowing, spending, taxing. Borrowing, spending, taxing. Stop it! Stop borrowing! Stop spending! Stop taxing!
taxing. Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth? Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop taxing us. Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth?
The problem is the central banking system. If you have a central banking system based on fractional reserve banking, you can never stop borrowing and taxing because it's a system based on never having enough money.
John, last question before I go. When you jerk off, do you use cream or oil? Because this is the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
All right, well, thank you for participating. You're on our YouTubes. That's about 15 different YouTubes, 3 different X's, 2 different Clubhouses. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't masturbate with creams. That's total projection on your part, sir.
Are you done?
Oh no, this show is still going. I'm going to read another little poem. You guys came. You guys donated. I just hope I leave you with a little joy. You weary me with proof enough that all this meditation stuff is self-hypnosis. Be it so. Do you suppose I did not know? Still, to be accurate, I fear the symptoms are entirely strange. If I were hard, I'd make it clear that criticism must arrange an explanation different for this particular event. Surely, your best work always finds itself so object of the minds. In vain you ply the brush, distracted by something you have heard or acted. Expect some tedious visitor. Your eye runs furtive to the door. Your hand refuses to obey. You throw the useless brush away. I think I hear the word you say. Others attain to a certain degree of illumination and then stumble seeking such occult powers as clairvoyance and clairaudience. Received the gift, the Holy Ghost, such gift implying, as I guess, very superconsciousness. Miracles follow as a doer. Miracles follow as a dower. But they used the fatal power and lost the spirit in the act. Whilst others not attaining attempt a shortcut by means of such drugs as opium and hashish, the latter of which is most powerful in producing a state of pseudo-samadhi, to make me as one dead, to lose the girders of the soul and gain, breathing and life for the intelligible, find death, yet find it living. In the midst of my complicated hallucination, I could perceive I had a dual existence. One portion of me was whirled unresistingly along the track of this tremendous experience, and the other sat looking down from a height upon its double, observing, reassuring, and serenely weighing all the phenomena. Probably samadhi itself acts somewhat like this, but hashish produces at times, under certain conditions, severe suffering, and the yogi does not undergo such, for he leaves it in his wake. Hashish may in some way be the loosener of the girders of the soul, but this is all. Huxley says the influence of diet on dreams, of stimulants upon the fullness and the velocity of the stream of thought, the delirious phantoms generated by disease, by hashish, or by alcohol, will occur to everyone as examples of the marvelous sensitiveness of the apparatus of ideation to purely physical influences. Not by the pipings of a bird in skies of blue on fields of gold, but by a fierce and loathly word, the abomination must be told. The holy work must twist its spell from hemp of madness grown in hell. Others again do not possess this stability of mind, the natural health and strength so necessary in this severe mental struggle, as the Ribot says, It is all confined to an alienation in the etymological sense of certain states of consciousness which the ego does not consider as its own, but which it objectivates. And finally, by placing it outside itself, ends by attributing an actual existence independent of its own. Others attain but a glimpse. Maimonides long ago noticed. Learn that prophecy is an emanation from God, which flows through the intermediary of the active intellect upon the rational faculty first, and then upon the imaginative faculty. It is the highest degree of a man and the term of perfection to which the species may aspire. And this state is the highest perfection of the imaginative faculty. If the emanation flows into the imaginative faculty only, and if the rational faculty remains behind, either on account of original structure or from disuse, then is constituted the class of men called men of the state, diviners. There come to men of this class, even when they are awake, wonderful visions, similar to prophetic visions. They delight much in them, believing they have acquired all sciences without study. But all those who really do attain and remain silent. The Hindu practice says mysticus in time bears out Western speculation. Whether we take the shadowy idealism of Berkeley or the self-refuted monism of Haeckel, all these men got our results and interpreted them in the partial light of their varied intellect, their diverse surroundings and education. But the result is the same physiological phenomenon from Plato and Christ to Spinoza and Shankaracharya, from Augustine and Abelard, Bohm and Weigel in their Christian communities to Trismegistus and Porphyry, Mohammed and Paracelsus in their mystic palaces of wisdom. The doctrine is essentially one, and its essence is that existence is one. But to my experience, it is certain that in jhana, the ego is rejected. This is absolutely true of Berkeley when in the dialogues he writes, "To know everything knowable is certainly a perfection, but to endure or suffer or feel anything by sense is an imperfection. The former, I say, agrees to God, but not the latter. God knows or hath ideas, but the ideas are not conveyed to him by sense as ours are. God to him is a Mahayogi." It is absolutely true of Hume, but Hume, studiously avoiding the word God, could find no helpmeet to fill his place. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other, of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never can catch myself at any time without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception. We only feel the event, namely the existence of an idea, consequent to the command of the will. But the manner in which this operation is performed, the power by which it is produced, is entirely beyond our comprehension. The command of the mind over itself is limited, as well as its command over the body. But these limits are not known by reason or any acquaintance with the nature of cause and effect, but only by experience and observation, as in all other natural events and in the operation of external objects. Our authority over our sentiments is much weaker than over our ideas, and even the latter authority is circumscribed within very narrow boundaries. Will any one pretend to assign the ultimate reason of these boundaries, or show why the power is deficient in one case and not in another? Can we give any reason for these variations except experience? Where then is the power of which we pretend to be conscious? Is there not here, either in a spiritual or material substance, both some secret mechanism or structure of parts upon which the effect depends, and which, being entirely unknown to us, renders the power or energy of the will equally unknown and incomprehensible. We are ignorant, it is true, of the manner in which bodies operate on each other. Their force, energy, is entirely incomprehensible. But are we not equally ignorant of the manner of or force by which a mind, even the supreme mind, operates either on itself or on body? Whence, I beseech you, do we acquire any idea of it? We have no sentiment or consciousness of this power in ourselves. We have no idea of the supreme being, but what we learn from reflection on our own faculties. Hume is ignorant of the supreme being, yet his ignorance is so naive that he all but lifted the veil of Isis. His ignorance is in every way equivalent to Berkeley's God. It is absolutely true of Kant, who set himself the question, must we believe that mysticism is like some vast ocean and the empire of illusion? And then again and again answered in the negative. He proposed time after time that reason be its own end founded upon right and duty, and in the freedom of the person the moral sublimity of duty. It is not so much because it is subject to the moral law that the person has sublimity, but because it gives that law to itself and is not subject to it on any other condition. Expressing himself with regard to the free being, Kant says, in him no act would be born and no act would perish. In other words, the free being is a yogi, pure and simple. Kant's a priori takes the place of Hume's ignorance, which we have seen was none other than Berkeley's God. It is absolutely true of Huxley, who was as astute a thinker as Hume. The succession of mental states in ideation is not fortuitous. Thus, the idea of the word horse pretended itself to my mind and was followed in quick succession by the idea of 4 legs, hoofs, teeth, rider, saddle, racing, cheating, all of which ideas are connected in my experience with the impression or the idea of a horse and with one another by the relations of contiguity and succession. A. No great attention to what passes in the mind is needful to prove that our trains of thought are neither to be arrested nor even permanently controlled by our desires or emotions. Nevertheless, they are largely influenced by them. In the presence of a strong desire or emotion, the stream of thought no longer flows on in a straight course, but seems, as it were, to eddy round the idea of that which is the object of the emotion. Everyone who has eaten his bread in sorrow knows how strangely the current of ideas whirls about the conception of the object of regret or remorse as a center, every now and then indeed breaking away into the new track suggested by passing associations. But still returning to the central thought, few can have been so happy as to have escaped the social bore, whose pet notion is certain to crop up when whatever topic is started, when the fixed idea of the monomaniac is but the extreme form of the same phenomenon. Okay, that's a reading from J.F.C. Fuller, Star of the West, a critical essay upon the works of Aleister Crowley. This is candidate John. This is a long show. We're still going here. Vila, thanks for being here. We cleared out the house with the stop borrowing, stop spending, stop taxing. People can't take it. It's too traumatic for some people. People reject the programming. I'm trying to compress it and make it simpler for people by just saying stop borrowing, stop spending, stop taxing. It's called BST. Let's pass the BST HR Act to stop borrowing, stop spending, stop taxing.
actually suggesting that Jerry Falwell had sex with his mother.
So why did Hustler have him and his mother together?
Hustler puts him and his mother together in a example of literary travesty, if you will.
And what public purpose does this serve?
Well, it serves the same public purpose as having Gary Trudeau say that Reagan has no brain or that George Bush is a wimp. It lets us look at public figures a little bit differently. We have a long tradition in this country of satiric commentary. Now, if Jerry Falwell can sue when there has been no libelous speech purely on the grounds of emotional distress, then so can other public figures. And imagine, if you will, suits against people like Gary Trudeau and Johnny Carson for what he says on the Tonight Show tonight. Obviously, when people criticize public figures, they're going to experience emotional distress. We all know that. It's the easiest thing in the world to claim, and it's impossible to refute, and that's what makes it a meaningless standard. Really, all it does is allow us to punish unpopular speech. And this country is founded, at least in part, on the firm belief that unpopular speech is absolutely vital to the health of our nation.
And there you have it from the people versus Larry Flint on the First Amendment. Yes, there, without question, was pressure was brought to bear by the government, specifically the FCC, because us people, we citizens of America own the airwaves, and the government, and specifically the FCC, are in charge of the public trust. And when there is something that goes across the airwaves, which by the way is radio and TV, it's